Hey, my mother's pizza. Hey, Cookie Monster. Good morning, y'all. And you can tell I'm just waking up. I sound like I'm just waking up. I need to piss now. Good morning, everybody. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on y'all way in. Share the live for me. All that good stuff. They haven't started yet, but we waiting.
PetSmart's app helps you find the perfect pet care. We also have store.
Y'all, it's been a lot going on. It's been a lot of updates. I've been hearing about Katie and Bort. And Bort's so stupid. We gonna get to some of it when this ends, y'all. We gotta talk about this. Um, it's a lot going on. So I'm interested to see what Ben Crump have to say and his family since we've learned what we've learned the last few days. You know, they kind of been quiet. So I'm interested to see like what steps they're trying to take and their feelings about everything that we've heard the last couple of days. So I hope they hurry up and start, y'all. This crazy. Come on now. We need to know. Come on now, Ben. Shit. Good morning, firecracker. Salute, baby. Y'all hit the like button and share the live. Good morning, Erica Love. Salute. Okay, you working, but you listening. Okay, good. Hey, Top Flight. Salute, baby. Good morning. What's up with y'all? Y'all ready for this update? Man, it's been lawsuits flying around, lies flying around. It's been so much. We definitely got to catch up. It's been a lot. Y'all know how we do. We definitely gonna discuss this once it ends. One thing being Crump gonna make us do is wait, y'all. And that nigga be on CP time for sure. I don't know if it's him or his team, but baby, he gonna make sure he's fashionably late. The volume on the press conference kind of turned down right now. When they start, I'm gonna turn it up, so it's gonna be way louder. I just have it kind of low in the background because I've been off and on talking. Okay, my mother's people, like, come on, Bean, let's go. Let's go, look. You been you been having us waiting since yesterday when you told us you was doing this. I've been waiting since then. Hey, Scorpio. Good morning. Hit the like button, show the live, y'all. We trying to see what's up. Who always saying, y'all know the saying we always, yeah, I just said he on CP time. He stay on CP time, but one thing about it being gonna come late, he like to keep people waiting. Hey, Flip Mode. Hey, favorite snack. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, favorite snack. What's up, girl? Flip Mode in the building. Let's go. I got the words at the bottom of the screen too, so as he talks, the words gonna be up there, and I'm gonna turn the volume up. Yes, Flip Mode. Can somebody call Bean Crump personal line and tell him to get his ass to this podium, please? Immediately. ASAP. Stats. Salute to Flip Mode for the 10 jewels with the floating horn. Let's go, Flip Mode. Y'all know Flip Mode always gonna come over here and do what he do. Good morning, Tracy. What's up? Y'all, why I ran up on this crazy video of the trans and gays in Nigeria or some shit, y'all. If I knew the sex of men wouldn't go crazy, I'd play it so it's women can watch it because it was funny as hell. Because I was like, what is going on here, sir? Like, y'all got to see them. We might have to do a women's only members live or something just so we can, like, laugh and listen to theirs. Okay, here we go, y'all. I'm going to turn the volume up.
Justice for Nolan. Justice for Daniel Erving. 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 Justice for Tyler Smith. 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 Justice for our black children. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me say how much I appreciate you all coming out for this important media conference. We have organized this press conference for a few purposes. One purpose is because we want the world to know that the National Urban League and all of our affiliates and members and supporters across the country are standing with these three families. And when families suffer the tragedy of the loss of a child, it gets lonely. And when families suffer the loss of children under circumstances that are suspicious and to the naked eye appear unjust, we must stand with these families. Amen. When families face the challenge of a non-responsive criminal justice system, we must stand with these families. With this giant of a lawyer and advocate over the last 15 years, going all the way back to Trayvon Martin, we have stood with Ben Crump and his clients. And we have stood with Ben Crump and his clients because we want the community to know that we are not going to be silent in the face of injustice. Amen. You and I cannot even fathom the pain of these families. I want to thank them for their courage, for being here in public, under the glare of the media.
Thousands of qualified students find the door to healthcare education shut. But who opens the door for so many?
Covista.
With 5 universities and 24,000 graduates every year, Covista, the talent to transform healthcare.
Oh, hello. I'm Parker Posey. Can I let you in on my summer hosting secret? It's a Long Island. A real Long Island! She's so easy. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love it.
Earlier session to advocate until there is justice for these three families. And we will not be silent. We will not get tired. Amen. We will not get distracted. Amen. Until justice rolls down in these three cases. Amen. So I'm proud to introduce a man who is known as the Attorney General for Black America. And I dare say he stands with the great lawyers that our community has produced. Thurgood Marshall, Constance Baker Motley, Johnny Cotton, and I can name so many others, who over the years have been advocates for our community in many, many ways. So ladies and gentlemen, the next voice you are going to hear is from one of America's great lawyers, someone who is giving voice to the families and the victims of injustice. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Crump.
Thank you to President and CEO of the National Urban League, Mark Morial. Please give a great round of applause for him not thinking it robbery to invite the families to be here at this great convention. We are so grateful to him and the others in the civil rights community for standing up like they have stood up in the past. And just like we got justice for George Floyd, just like we got justice for Breonna Taylor, Lee Merritt, just like we got justice for Ahmaud Arbery, we gonna get justice for Nolan Wells. We gonna get justice for Daniel Erving, and we gonna get justice for Tyler Smith. And the large part is because you all are not afraid to speak truth to power. Thank you, Mr. Mario. Again, I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Lisa Park, Attorney Eric Hertz. We are here fighting for the family of other great lawyers, for Nolan Wells. We also have present with us the family of Daniel Erving, who many of you are just learning about outside of Dallas, Texas, and his tragedy. We have Attorney Sean DeRaqRadio and Attorney Brooke Cluse fighting to help that family get justice, and we want to applaud his mother, Tamika, who has been fighting as only a mother would fight, with not many people in the world listening. But we're listening today, Tamika. You are not alone, Tamika. You got Nolan's mother and father, Christine and Elmore Wansley, who are standing with you as well. Tamika, your daughter is here. You are not alone. God, please let her know she is not alone. Justice for Daniel Erving. Attorney Harry Daniels, we also have the family of Tyler Smith, Lexington, Kentucky. You're going to hear from all of these families. You're going to hear from Tyler's mother and especially his grandmother. Until the lawyers get there, until the community advocates get there, a lot of times these families are just by themselves, President Mariel. And thank God for this mother and this praying grandmother who refused to let him sweep the death of her grandbaby under the rug. And so I will say briefly about each of these tragedies. Obviously, many of you know about Nolan Wells. And you'll hear from his mother and father after brief remarks by Attorney Hertz and Attorney Park. But we all know July 4th, Nolan Wells goes with the friends, celebrating the 4th of July. All the friends come back. Nolan Wells tragically washes up on the shore 2 days later, dead. And so we know all the current events that have been happening. And we are announcing that we have the audio from the officials, and we have retained and are consulting with some of the foremost audio engineering experts to review those audio tapes from the Seatone call in its entirety. We also, and Attorney Hertz may go into greater detail on these matters, have consulted President Mariel with oceanic engineering experts to talk about how these facts are lining up. The fact that they say Nolan's body was found in the same location where they say they left him at. And so we want to know, how is that possible with the oceanic tides? We want the experts. I mean, you got low tides and high tides. It's not adding up, so we are going to dot every I and cross every T until we find out what happened to Nolan Wells. Attorney Hertz will also go into a little more detail at Attorney Park about how we're trying to coordinate with Dr. Roger Mitchell, who conducted the independent autopsy of Nolan Wells, to be able to inspect his throat that was missing with his body when he was flown to do the autopsy with Dr. Mitchell. Also, we are hopeful that they will discuss with Dr. Mitchell the photographs and observations made at the time when Nolan was first discovered, because Dr. Mitchell did not get an opportunity until July 10th to be able to examine his body. And at that time, we know the airways and the lungs had already been dissected and so forth, so we can't tell if there was the presence of water or not. That would suggest whether he drowned or not. And remember what Dr. Roger Mitchell said in his autopsy. President Mariel, he talked about the fact that to say he drowned does not draw the conclusions of what happened to Nolan Wells. He said it is equally important to know at what condition was Nolan Wells' body when he went into the water. Was he conscious or was he unconscious? Was he forced into the water or did he go unforced into the water? He said all of these things are very important. And so we are dotting I's and crossing T's. We are focused on getting to the truth, and we stand for the truth. Me and everybody on my legal team stand for the truth, no matter who it implicates or who it exonerates. We stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or who it acquits. And we stand for transparency, so everybody can see. And that's all we want. We want answers. We're not casting aspersions on anybody. We are saying that we want to make sure everybody who is remotely involved has the questions answered to make sure we have a full and fair and impartial and transparent investigation. And is that too much to ask for these broken-hearted parents? Is that too much to ask? That's all. If it was your child, wouldn't you want the same thing? And I get it, they're attacking me, they're attacking Reverend Al, they're attacking the parents of Nolan Wells. We don't care about those distractions. We ain't no waste time. We are completely focused, completely laser focused on getting to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help us, God. And so the threats, the attacks mean nothing to us. We will not be deterred. Look into our eyes. We're going to get to the truth. I am so grateful to Mr. Byron Allen for donating $100,000 to the GoFundMe so we can help get the best experts in the world. I am thankful to Reverend Al Sharpton. I am thankful to Mr. Tyler Perry. I'm thankful to Mr. Tara Owens. I am very thankful to everybody who did not think it robbery to say, what can we do to help people get to the truth and call in to the tip line so we can help not only Nolan Wells' family, but we can help Daniel Erving's family, and we can help Tyler Smith's family as well. Everybody on social media, please continue to ask questions. Please continue to share photographs, share videos. It all helps us solve this potential of what happened to Nolan Wells. I mean, isn't it so important? Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something. As Christine and Elmore have said, if you're really Nolan's friend, you know in your heart of hearts that if the roles were reversed, that Nolan would say something. He would call and tell what he saw. And so that's all they're asking. Do for Nolan what he would have done for you. Do for Nolan what he would have done for you. Do for Nolan what he would have done for you. Congresswoman PayDae, we thank you and congratulations.
Hit the road this summer in a new Nissan from Royal Nissan. Let the adventure.
We have the full weight and force of everybody who has any kind of authority to be able to help us get answers on Nolan Wells and the other 18-year-old black boys. Now, before I bring up the lawyers, I just want to say a word about Daniel Erving and about his case, and you will hear from Attorney Sean DatRaqRadio, and after you hear from his mother, Tamika. So similar in what they're saying about Nolan Wells, and that is her 18-year-old son, President Maria, Congresswoman PayDae. Two young white teenagers come, pick them up from their house, leave, they go on, I guess it's an alleged fishing trip. Her son, I guess they are saying, accidentally drowns. But his two friends then throw away his clothes, right, Sean? Throw away his cell phone, go and delete all the text messages between Daniel Erving and them, and then say nothing. If it's an accidental drowning, why wouldn't you come to his mother and tell her he drowned by accident? Why wouldn't you go to the authorities? Why wouldn't you go to somebody and say there was a terrible tragedy, he accidentally drowned? But no, they gonna throw away all of the evidence that is germane to finding out what happened. And it's only after his mother raised all kind of hell, and for 4 days they are searching for what happened. Minister Dominique Alexander and the activists in Dallas, they said, no, something happened to Daniel Erving. We got to get to the bottom of this. Then and only then, Mark Coriel, does the young people come forward to the authorities with their parents, and they say, well, we were there, and they confessed that they threw away his cell phone and his clothes, and they deleted the messages. And so law enforcement charged and arrested him after 3 months. 3 months passed, not until Nolan Wells started making the news did they finally come, and they arrest them, but not for the death of Daniel Erving. They arrest him with tampering with evidence, and that's it. And what his mother is saying, what Attorney DatRaqRadio is saying, what Attorney Crump is saying is simply this. If they would lie about his cell phone and throw it away, if they would lie about his clothes and throw it away, if they would lie about deleting text messages between Daniel and them, how can you believe it when they say it was an accidental drowning? They need to take this case to a grand jury. And you're going to hear from his mother talk about other things that don't add up, about the conduct of the boys, immediately after the drowning, the alleged drowning. It's so critically important that we remember Daniel Erving as well. And then Attorney Park, Attorney Cruz, we talk about Tyler Smith, and I'll just try to paint the picture real quickly for you, and then you'll hear from these parents, these broken-hearted parents. 4th of July. You can't make this stuff up, Congresswoman Bailey. Attorney Daniels, 4th of July, same 4th of July 2026 when Nolan goes missing. Tyler Smith in Lexington, Kentucky is the only black person in the home where they're having a 4th of July small house party. Somehow, Tyler ends up being shot in his head, dead. 911 is called. They come, the police get there. They tell them that he shot himself, that they were playing Russian roulette. That's what they say. They say, this the gun. The police retrieve the gun, and then they take the word as the gospel that he shot himself. They don't do gunshot residue on the hands of Tyler or nobody else. I mean, basic investigation 101. If you say he shot himself, wouldn't you bag his hands and wouldn't you test it for gunshot residue? But they don't do that. And you're going to hear from his grandmother and his brother as to the explanation, the implausible explanation that they offered them. And the fact that the gun, President Mariel, that they claimed he used to shoot himself with, the police, after they do analysis, it does not match the casings that they found on the floor to where he shot himself at. So still, they are taking their word for it. And it's 7 days later, right, Miss Leesley? 7 days later, after they did say 2 hours in the house, they have to identify everybody who was in the home. And then they have to track down, well, if this is not the gun that caused the death of Tyler Smith, well, where's the gun at? So they have to go investigate, and they go surround one of the young men's houses he married, and they surround the house. He doesn't come and volunteer after knowing that they're trying to find out and get evidence about what happened to Tyler Smith and come forward voluntarily. They have to go to his house and surround it, and then he comes out and finally he volunteers that this is the gun. Think about that, Kathleen Tree. Just think about that for a second. You would think, after all of that, he is surely going to be arrested and charged with killing or being in some way responsible for the death of this 18-year-old young black man. But no, he is only charged with tampering with evidence, correct, Ms. Neeson? Nothing more. And nobody in all three of the questionable deaths of these 18-year-old young black kids, nobody has been held accountable in any way. And so that's why we're here saying that we are not deterred. We're not going to let you sweep it under the rug. We're going to get to the answers of what happened to Nolan Wells, what happened to Daniel Erving, and what happened to Tyler Smith. 3 18-year-old black boys in a 3-month period around 4th of July, 2026, who all were unalive in very similar ways as Nolan Wells. And I'm very thankful to his parents for using the attention that they were given and blessed with to also give attention to these other 18-year-old black boys. Thank you, Christine. Thank you so much, Gilmore. At this time, before we get to your questions, you're going to hear briefly from Attorney Eric Hertz, and then Attorney Lisa Park with some updates, and then you'll hear from Nolan Will's parents. Attorney Eric Hertz, it's great to see you.
Thank you for showing up. I have some brief updates on the Nolan Wells case. We have been working with the district attorney. We've gotten a letter back yesterday, and she's willing to listen to some of the evidence we have, although we're having to still discuss her giving us back evidence. And that's something that we will see. The phones, not just our clients' phones, but the other phones that are involved in this situation, we are trying to coordinate and have come to a tentative agreement with the district attorney to go ahead and have them investigated together jointly with our experts as well as their experts. And I believe, if I'm not speaking out of turn, the FBI is going to also be present there. And that's going to show a lot of stuff that we haven't seen. I'm going to keep it short, but as I always say, I would like to say one more time, society is judged by how the most powerful treat the most vulnerable, and justice will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Eric Hertz. And now you will hear briefly from Attorney Lisa Park, who heads up our Atlanta, Georgia office and has been leading on this case.
So today I just want to recognize all of these families for coming here today, traveling here to Nashville, even family that's here in the audience. If you think for just a moment, for these tragedies, they really just happened. They really just happened. If you've never had a loved one that you've lost, it's hard. And you feel like going into a quiet place by yourself, mourning, grieving, doing all of our own religious rituals, right? And so it's quite hard that these families have had to come into the spotlight to stand up for their children. This is not where they want to be. And for those people who somehow think that they want to be in the spotlight, I guarantee you, this is not where they want to be. For all of these families, for every single family member that is suffering through these losses. So I want to commend all of these families. I also want to commend them for coming together as a group, right? Because all of us, we are stronger together. We are stronger together. And there are so many unanswered questions.
Hey, it's Ray. At Window World, we're obsessed.
100 calls a day. And I want to thank everybody who's called in, because for every time there's a hater that's saying that these people just want the spotlight, when somebody calls in with some encouragement, when somebody calls in with some information, it makes up for that. Because we know that we're stronger together. These questions, these cases can be solved, and we can do it together. So I want to thank everybody for calling, right? But I also, last thing, I want to encourage those who have not called yet, and you know that you have some information. One, I know that it's scary. I know that you may be scared. But if there's a time in your life to do the right thing, this is it. And you just have to be brave. And go ahead and please call us. These people, we need you. We need you. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Park. And as Nolan's mother and father get ready to come, I cannot express to you how encouraged we are that we're going to get to the truth. I mean, so many things are coming to light. And we're going to get to the truth. We are not trying to cast dispersions on anybody. We want the truth. We want the truth. That's what we want. And like we said, if that implication or exonerates you, then you got to talk to your Lord. You got to talk to your God. But we want the truth and nothing but the truth. And if it was your child, you would want the same thing. And so that's why everybody who got children, you could understand the pain, the agony that this mother and father have been dealing with since 4th of July. How people came, time within hours of finding him saying, well, no foul play, just gone. How do you tell somebody just go on when my son is dead and nobody's giving us any answers? All those people out on that island, and you mean nobody knows nothing? Nobody saw anything? No, we refuse to accept that nobody knows nothing. We're going to get to the truth. We're going to get to the truth. We're going to get to the truth. And it's starting to come to light. Because truth is light. And we're going to get to the truth. Y'all give it up for the mother and father of Nolan Wells, Erving and Christine.
Thank you all for being here today. It has been 27 days since we have been able to talk to our son, to hug him, to tell him we love him. This has been the most difficult time we have ever had. I want to tell you who Nolan was. Nolan was a God-fearing, God-loving child. He loved everyone. He was the person who would just make you feel comfortable just being in his space. He was never one to exclude. He always wanted everyone to be happy, to feel good, to have purpose. He would lift anyone up. It didn't even matter if he didn't know you. If you took that moment to just tell him a little bit about yourself, what you wanted to do with your life, right then and there, Nolan would be your biggest cheerleader. Today we are begging, because I'm not too proud to beg. We are begging, if anyone knows anything, his friends, strangers, please call the hotline, because we will not be able to rest until we get answers. But please understand that all of these distractions, these other questions that people, the attacks that people have sent our way, just know we will not be distracted. We are ready to do whatever we need to do as his parents to continue advocating for him, because Nolan is not here. He is not here to speak for himself. He is not here to tell us what happened. So again, we will not rest until we get answers. And if you know something, you need to let us know. Please do not be afraid. Okay? Thank you all so much again. We truly appreciate your love and support.
I'm faced with a new challenge every morning, waking up, trying to process this. It's the biggest challenge I've ever had. I pretty much was raised up like a lot of you. I didn't have a lot, but I always said I wanted to give my children more than what I had. And I think me and my wife did that. We raised Nolan to love everyone, be kind to everyone, because it was just the right thing to do. As I got a lot of stuff, but what I really want to say is, like my wife said, if you know something and you are really, if Nolan was really your best friend, or for the people who say that he was their friend, please come forward and tell us what you know. All we want to know is the truth. We're not blaming anyone. We just want to know the truth. Any parent will know. Also, the disrespect that's been coming toward my wife and my family. For any parent, no matter what race you are, they need time to grieve. A parent can't grieve when you have people attacking them, attacking their jobs, attacking their character, just attacking them, period. Like, where's the empathy? We, as Americans, this is a diverse country. Not one race made this country. We all made this race, made this country. So we all need to come together. And like I said, if you know something, please come forward and just call our attorneys, give them information, and they'll take it from there. Just help us out, and not just us, but all these families need answers. Anyone with information on any one of these cases, please come forward. Because losing a child is something that's got to do with this life. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Mario, I would just say the attacks, Christine has been a nurse for years, and she hasn't ever gotten negative reviews. But since she has been advocating to find out what happened to her 18-year-old son after he was washed up dead on Horn Island, sick people have been going on her company's website giving her negative reviews. Can you all imagine anything worse than that? That is a shame before God. They are just sick, evil people who would attack this mother and this father for simply saying, we want to know what happened to our child. Don't worry, Christine. We standing with you. We are standing with you. Yeah, next we're going to have the mother of Daniel Erving come and talk about her child and tell you what happened in her words, and then you heard brief remarks from attorney Sean DeRay. Sean, you want to briefly go? Attorney DeRay will briefly speak before her and deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Crump. Tampering charges in this case is absolutely unacceptable. Tampering in itself means that someone intentionally hid, destroyed, or altered evidence. If the district attorney's office has that evidence, take that evidence, put it together, and present it to a new grand jury. And if the district attorney's office doesn't want to do it, we are calling on an independent investigation by the Department of Justice, because we are here for the truth. And one last point I want to add to what Mr. Crump said. Daniel Erving, when these boys said that he drowned, he was a high school swimmer. He was on the swim team. He was a healthy, young 18-year-old male. So that story that he drowned accidentally, it doesn't add up. It does not add up, and we want the truth.
Police and law enforcement are supposed to be protecting and serving. But my question today is, who are they protecting and which communities are they serving? What we want to know is why crimes against Black and brown people receive less justice and less coverage.
Keep away for the Ultras.
Your ride is your steed.
Over half of those related killings are never prosecuted. And when you think about arrest rates, 63% of white victims receive justice versus or compared to 47% of Black victims. So when people think we have two systems of justice in this country, the data kind of backs that up. And now we'll hear from Tamika.
My name is Tamika Erving. I am the mother of Daniel Erving. This is my daughter, Azaria Erving. This is Daniel's eldest sister. So, what a lot of you guys don't know, to give you like some context, my son told me that he was going to go outside and hang with some friends. Okay, and I was under the understanding that he would be in the neighborhood. So I didn't know where my son was. I thought that he was just visiting friends in the neighborhood. Around 8 o'clock or so, I started to text Mike, call Mike, and Mike was an honorable child. He wanted to serve and protect, be in the military. He loved people. He always had a joke to tell. He was very comical. So I called the police the following day at 12:30 in the morning, and I said, hey, my son ID is here, and his money is here, his social security is here, and I don't know where he's at, and this is not like him, so I'm reporting him missing under suspicious circumstances. The officers were very dismissive. The officers were very dismissive. So I didn't get any information about where my son was. I canvassed the neighborhood. I knocked on doors. I asked neighbors for video footage. I had to do the footwork, the research, the investigating. I had to do it. And so to the mothers, to anyone out there who have a loved one, do not wait for the police to do their job. Okay, so fast forward, I reported my son missing. My son was to graduate in May. He was unable to graduate because the two boys murdered my son. They said my son jumped off a bridge, and I know that's not the truth. He was found in water. And not only that, my son was on the swim team. He was very comfortable with swimming in the pool, swimming in lakes. The autopsy report shows my son had an unobstructed airway. So my son did not drown. I want to know why the people that are in place to serve and protect failed to do their job from the very start. When I reported my son missing, it took them 35 hours, over 35 hours to input his information only in the state system, showing that he was missing. They failed to enter his information in the NCIC, the National Criminal Database. Being my son was under 21, law enforcement had a responsibility to enter his information within 2 hours, and they failed to do that. My son will fight for me, and I'm here to fight for him. I want justice. We are in the pursuit of justice.
Justice for Daniel Erving. Justice for Daniel Erving. Daniel Erving. And the final family you will hear from is going to be the family of Tyler Smith, who many of you haven't heard of at all. And I want to have his family who drove from Lexington, Kentucky to the National Urban League Convention to say that Tyler Smith life matters too. Y'all, please give him a round of applause. Tyler Smith life matters. Tyler Smith life matters. Tyler Smith life matters.
I want to thank everyone for showing up today, supporting all these families. I was asked many times, who is Tyler? What does Tyler mean to you? And I had to take a deep dive into that because to give a few words wouldn't be justice. So I went into my prayer closet, as most nanas do. Because see, Tyler calls me Nana. And when people ask me to tell them, I find a struggle in finding words big enough to describe who he is. Tyler is charismatic. He's warmth. Tyler is love. Tyler is compassion and tolerance. Tyler is focus and determination. Tyler is an entrepreneur with dreams, goals, and a vision for his future. Tyler is a calming presence, a peacemaker, and a source of comfort to those around him. Tyler is that warm piece of cake straight out of the oven, that soft buttermilk biscuit that the butter glides across the top. Tyler is the depth of a baby's laughter and the warmth of a grandmother's hug. Tyler is what many people spend a lifetime searching for, but never fully find: a genuine soul with a kind heart and a beautiful spirit. For me, Tyler is much more than all of those things. He's my motivation, my determination, the wind beneath my wings. Even in his absence, he continues to give me strength. He has become a part of the reason I stand, the part of the reason that I keep moving forward. When I received that call at 6 a.m. that morning that my grandson had been involved in a shooting, I thought, okay, hand, foot. And I arrived upon the scene of the hospital and found out that this was a gunshot wound to the head. Again, I'm a praying mother. I have a son who a year ago had a near fatal car accident. I know what God can do. You can't tell me what God can do. I've seen it. I watch it every day. I watch him learn how to walk and talk. And I comforted his grandfather and said, don't worry about this. We've already been through this fire. It'll be okay. When the physician came out and pronounced my grandson, and she stated, self-inflicted, accidental, I told her, you're a liar, and there is no truth in it. I explained to her immediately. I said, how do you have this evidence for you to know this? She said, because they said. I said, they said? She said, yes. As days progressed, my family and I began to move forward. We got none effort, energy at all from the Lexington Fayette County Police Department. We were told that we needed to accept accidental, self-inflicted. They offered no traces of gun residue, even though I called the coroner's office and the police department. And I begged and pleaded, please, bag his hands. No child, and I say child because it's relative, no one was searched on the scene. They took an investigation as a total from all 5 of these young people and said, they said this is what happened. I asked for gun residue on anyone. The answer that I was given,
Well, there's no need to bag his hands. Everyone in this room would have gun residue on them. That was their excuse to me. When they moved my grandson in an expedient manner, not to our local coroner's office, but to the state capitol, which I was told wouldn't happen until that following Monday. Miraculously, in 2 hours, he was on his way to the medical examiner in the Capitol. On Monday morning at 10 a.m., they came back and told me again, accidental, self-inflicted. For 17 days, my sons and I worked tirelessly, investigating everything on our own. The police department gave us nothing, absolutely nothing. They treated me as if I were a pirate, asking all the wrong questions. Why do you need to know? We've handed you that carrot already. Take a bite, settle down. It's accidental, self-inflicted. As I talked to the police chief, I explained to him, he said, well, what do you want from this? What are you looking for? I said, what would you be looking for?
Exactly.
I want transparency. I want you to simply do the job that you were paid to do. My family never asked me for a burger. We just asked you to earn the paycheck that you either receive this week or the next. We ask you to simply, the same way you go into our black and brown neighborhoods and you can investigate and you can interrogate and you can charge, give us the same respect. Tyler is loved. He's loved. But most importantly, Tyler calls her mama. Tyler calls me Pepper. That's my baby, Pepper. He's my baby. It will be my dying breath to say his name. No stone will go unturned. I'm not afraid to go to hell.
Create PDF spaces in a click.
Continue to say our children today. We deserve answers. We deserve justice. We deserve transparency. That's all we're asking for. And I thank you all so much for the time and the space that you have given every one of us.
Justice for Tyler Smith. Justice for Tyler Smith. Justice for Tyler Smith. And we're going to get to the truth on Tyler. I promise you, we're going to get to the truth of what happened to Tyler Smith. At this time, President Mario, we're going to ask that the Congresswoman just say a brief word and take questions. Yes, Evans, CBC, thank you all very much.
Let me simply say the two most powerful words we can say. To you as families, to the Urban League family, to you, President and CEO, and my good friend, to you, Attorney Ben Crump. Thank you. But let me just say, the Congressional Black Caucus, we aren't just coming today. We communicated with Attorney Crump, with President Martin Muriel, and we stand with you. And I'll end with your words, Mark. We're going to let justice roll down like a stream and righteousness like mighty waters. We are the Congressional Black Caucus. We stand for you, for justice, transparency, and righteousness. Thank you and God bless you.
Has been moving and powerful. We want to take questions from members of the media. Members of the media, if anyone in the working media has a question for Attorney Crump, then please identify yourself, speak real loudly. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. And that's an excellent question because thank God for us being able to get the national attention on Nolan Wells' case. And that doesn't happen just by coincidence. It's a lot of the civil rights community, a lot of the activists, I mean, Reverend Al, people like Byron Allen, Tyler Perry, everybody on social media coming to say, no, this ain't adding up. We got to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And then we get contacted by our good friend, Attorney Sean DeRea, saying that, hey, we got a similar case, Attorney Crump, where you co-counsel with us, and Attorney Brooklyn start working with them. And then we get a call to the call center, President Marielle, and I simply can't believe what happened to Tyler Smith. It shocks my conscience. And so Kareem Ali and Cliff Jones, my investigators, they start to investigate. And we're saying, this can't be true. They really didn't do a gunshot rescue test on the hands. I mean, that's basic. And so it hits me that all of them are 18-year-old black kids that died in very questionable circumstances when Nolan was the only black kid on the boat. Daniel was the only black kid allegedly on the fishing trip. And Tyler was the only black kid at the 4th of July celebration party, house party. And all of them are 18 years old. Look at the dates. I mean, that's eerie when you look at the dates. February 8th, Tyler Smith is born. July 4th, 2026, he is dead. Can I see the other? Oh, no. This is Daniel Erving. I mean, he's born November 21st, 2007. He is dead on April 17th, 2026. President Nolan Wells, born August 19th, 2007. He is dead in July of 2026. The day is yet to be determined. All of these young black kids were born in 2007, and all three of these black kids died 2026, 18 years of age, on the cusp of manhood. And I said, no, we got to show that this is not a coincidence that all these young 18-year-old black men are ending up dead and nobody's being held accountable. No, we got to bring the law. We got to bring the law. We must bring the law for these 18-year-old black men.
Let me also add this. Our members who were planning to come to Nashville asked me late last week if we would be commenting on, dealing with, shedding any light on the Nolan Wells case. I invited Ben Crump to come to Nashville to brief us on the Wells case. In the course of that conversation, he shared with me, by the way, there are two other similar cases. I said, two other similar cases? I said, Ben, can you bring all of the families to Nashville? Because the thousands of urban leaders who are here are interested in, have a solidarity with, want to hear directly, not through filters, about the circumstances of these cases. And that is what the National Urban League Conference is all about. It is about dealing with the pressing, cutting-edge issues that face the nation and face Black America. So we are here because this is what we do.
Yes.
Whether it's Trayvon Martin back in the early teens, Michael Brown, George Floyd, Sandra Bland, Breonna Taylor, Tamir Rice, we deal with these issues because our constituency wants to hear directly. And I want to say this, we trust Ben Crump. And we know that he does not engage in chasing false cases. That he also, when he takes a case, that he's going to elevate
the word and the personality and the pain of the families. All too often, when Black families are victims of violence and victims of unfair justice system, they suffer in silence. They can't find lawyers with the courage and the ability. They suffer in silence. So I know when Ben Crump has a matter, he is always welcome at the National Urban League Conference to come and bring us up to date. And that's why we're here nationally. Other press questions? Any others? Yes, ma'am. Identify yourself, please. New York Post.
Yeah, we know about the question. We're ready for it. This attack and this threat to sue us and the family for defamation, it's a distraction. We're not distracted by it at all. And it's about getting to the truth. That's what we want. And that's what we're focused on. We haven't done anything other than ask questions to get to the truth. Okay. Another one.
That accusation doesn't deserve a response.
That's right.
There's no dignity
That's right.
associated with someone standing up for children who have died. We don't waste our time arguing with donkeys. We don't waste our time arguing with people who want to distract from the real issue. We have 3 dead Black young men under suspicious circumstances. And I don't think the New York Post ought to give elevation to distractions like that. This is such an old story. We fight for justice and someone suggests all we want is publicity. You know what happens when we stand here? Our inboxes are filled with hate messages, hate mail, hate this, hate that. No one. Our dignity in standing up. And I'm not your reporter, you work for the paper, your editors told you to ask this question. I want you to know we will not be distracted. And I'm not, Ben Crump is like any lawyer. He should get paid for his work. That's right. Just like every Wall Street lawyer, every Trump lawyer, every insurance defense lawyer. And I really want everyone to understand, let's not be distracted. Let's not give oxygen. Let's not give air to haters and distractors and dissuaders. So thank you for your question. I'm going to say this. I will not ever surrender the fact that I am American. However, we celebrate.
Cold and slithery, cold and smooth. Head for the mountains.
That some want to. I fly the American flag in front of my house. But on the other side of my porch, I fly the Juneteenth flag. And we are not going to let anyone diminish our birthright our constitutional right, our birthright to be treated fairly and justly in this country. It is very difficult and challenging in these times, but we are not going to be tricked. We're not going to be dissuaded. We're not going to be distracted. I am an American. I am an African American. I am a Black American. And I'm proud to be one. But I think we need to clearly understand that African Americans, Black people, and civil rights leaders have always been the conscience of this country. Amen. Have always been loyal to the nation, even in the most challenging times. And I'm not going to suggest it's easy for us, but what we're not going to allow is for people to marginalize us, treat us like second-class citizens, or suggest that somehow, let me tell you what a true patriot is. A true patriot stands up for justice. A true patriot stands up for the families and the victims of violence. A true patriot holds the justice system accountable.
I don't know, y'all. I'm kind of done with this. Y'all let me know if y'all done too. I don't think we're going to get any more questions really answered to. Y'all let me know if y'all done with it.
And the people suggesting, because we stand up for justice, we're something other than a true and full patriot in this country. That's the way I feel. I said last night, I was born in a segregated hospital, born in a segregated city, watched my parents and their friends fight and litigate and march to open doors.
Yeah, y'all, I'm kind of done with that. But as I was listening at different things last night, and hearing that he was gonna do this press conference and the family was gonna be there, I was like, we're giving a lot of attention to the parents in this situation, but my heart truly goes out to the siblings in this situation. They often, I'm not gonna say get forgot about, but I feel like this kind of impacts them just as much as it does the parents. Don't get me wrong, as a parent, the hardest thing you could ever do or go through in this life is losing a kid. You always expect for your kids to bury you. You know what I mean? And it not be the other way around. The only thing that's harder than that is for a kid to go missing. You know what I mean? Because then you're just sitting there wondering what's going on. At least with death is closure. With missing is no closure. So that's the only thing harder, in my opinion, than actually just losing a child is one to go missing, right? So second in line after that is a sibling losing a sibling. I just put myself in their shoes. I have a 17-year-old. She has 3 younger siblings. I know if she didn't come home, how much it would impact them just walking past her room and her never being in there anymore, having to go to a funeral, just missing your brother or your sister. So my heart really goes out to the siblings in all 3 cases. I did hear a little bit about the other 2 cases before today, but I didn't know as many details as I knew before. Salute to SD for the 10 jewels. Not happy poop. He say that every time. Thank you, SD. But this boy here. But yeah, man, that's gotta be so hard on the siblings, bro. Like for real, for real. Just if he had any that was, well, I know he was going off to college, so I don't think he had any siblings that age, but still in all, like, this is a hard situation. Now, did y'all see Nancy Grace tell up Officer Taylor? Because baby, she told him a new asshole, and I want to look at it, okay? I do want to look at that. Tisa Tales dropped a video as well, and it was talking more about Katie. And I didn't know Katie was so close to Nolan Will's family. My bad, y'all. So yes, Tennessee girl. Lord, she told into him. Y'all know Nancy Grace don't goddamn play. Okay. But I didn't know Katie was so close to Nolan Will's family. So there's some history there. All the boys were downplaying who he was talking to. I always thought that was weird. How they kept slighting the fact that he was sitting there talking to a girl. It's like all of them had something slick to say, which was kind of weird to me. You know, Warren, Trayston, all of them, like, when they saw him talking to this girl, it was always something slight there. Now, I did hear that Bart and Katie possibly had a relationship in the past, which is being denied. So I don't know how true it is that they had a relationship in the past. But this situation, as soon as we think we have answers, we find out that we have none. That's what's crazy. Tisa can't remember names. Girl, listen, Tisa blows me with that. I'm like, it makes the story hard to follow along because I'm like, Tisa, say the right goddamn names. It's not that hard to say Nolan Wells. Like, your whole life is Nolan Wells. How are you getting him confused with Warren? Of all people. Like, I just cannot, I don't understand. Yes, I was in her chat too, flip mode. Like, what is going on, girl? Say the right names. Now you have some raspberries. Y'all crazy. All right, y'all. So let's look at Nancy Grace into Officer Tatum, baby. So let me pull it up. Let me share that screen. I did see another somebody else came out and said that it could have been strangulation. Here you go, right here, y'all. Let me pull it up. Hold on, Nancy. All right, y'all. Here we go.
"24 hours, Nolan Wells' family hits social media giants, subpoenaing Nolan's accounts." I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Oh, let me not forget too that I don't think we got much out of this press conference besides hearing the details of the other two cases. We didn't really get an update. The only thing that they told us was that the DA in Mississippi is willing to look at the evidence that they have. Like, what the hell you mean willing to look at it? Like, is it not your job to look at it? Like, what is going on? Like, willing to look at it. Like, girl, you better look at this shit. The fuck? Like, it's the audacity for me, but I had to say that. But yeah, I don't feel like we got anything out of that press conference. And maybe because they're remaining tight-lipped about it. I don't think that that's a bad idea, being that it's getting so much public attention. It's one of those situations where you don't want to let your left hand know what your right hand doing, or vice versa. I feel like they have them, meaning the boys and their families, kind of like held up in this limbo of not knowing what type of moves they're gonna make publicly, right? Because then you can prepare for that. Versus if they don't know, it's a little harder to prepare for what you might hit them with. So I can kind of understand them being tight-lipped about it. I did think we was gonna get a little more information or insight on how they felt about everything that's coming out. But like I said, I guess they're really being tight-lipped about it. Let's get into Nancy Grace and Officer Tatum, baby.
He was face down on the beach right at the water's edge.
If he was sent face down, that also doesn't make sense to me. If he's face down, wouldn't blood pool just by nature of gravity this way?
So right now we've got a lot of questions, but as the second doctor says, this is all still pending investigation.
If this were your child, wouldn't you want to know what happened?
The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
I mean, just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. Like, she asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with, the Wells family, and my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was no, I didn't talk to her once. Like, it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I told her on the phone before I called the Coast Guard that we had Nolan's phone. Before I called Miss Christine, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our concern be getting on Nolan's phone or something? I mean, I don't even know Nolan's password. None of my friends do. We had no reason ever to get on Nolan's phone and look at anything. I didn't even touch Nolan's phone. None of us touched Nolan's phone until somebody took it off the boat and put it in Wyatt's truck, and then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
That is from the Officer Tatum show.
They put it in Wyatt's truck. Okay.
He has interviewed several of the young men that were on the boat when Nolan Wells was taken to Horn Island. They say he was not on the boat on the return trip, although audio seems to suggest otherwise. Listen to the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources call.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside.
Detail assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the work coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at
particular phrases in that call. If it's to be believed, Nolan don't die. Sure, he's dead. Is he dead? Nolan, OMG. Wake the F up. It goes on. I thought he was on the check his chest. That, if it's to be believed, suggests that Nolan was on that boat. Tatum says the witnesses are clear. He was not on the boat. Tonight, we learned in the last 24 hours, the Nolan Wells family hits social media giants with subpoenas for all information related to Nolan's phone. First, straight out to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Then we will be joined by Brandon Tatum. Dave Mack, what's happening?
Right now, Nancy, the family of Nolan Wells has announced that they are going after, they have subpoenaed documents for Nolan Wells' phone. They've gone to the media giants like, TikTok, Instagram, the Meta companies, everybody that Nolan Wells used to push out videos of what he was doing and pictures. And they're trying to, they believe that some material was deleted from Nolan's phone. And this is what they're trying to prove with these subpoenas, to get all of the information, as well as, by the way, the location tracking app, Life 360. So you got Snapchat, WhatsApp, TikTok, Meta platforms, and Life 360. All of this, the court documents already filed, Nancy.
Nolan Wells's family slapped subpoenas on multiple social media giants seeking his account information and data. This into the investigation of the teen college football player's mysterious death. They were issued in the last 24 hours, including Snapchat, WhatsApp, TikTok, Meta platforms, Life 360, and these are according to court documents demanding the companies turn over all materials info related to Nolan's accounts. This includes current and prior usernames, passwords, email addresses, phone numbers, even displayed names. They want IP addresses associated with every account, all communications, chats, posts, stories, and info. His cell phone has become a critical issue in the probe into Nolan's death. What happened to Nolan? Now, his mother, Christine, says when her son's phone was brought to the family, they had concerns because there were no pictures or videos on either of his Snapchat accounts, triggering their fear items may have been deleted. That's what's happening. There's been a lot of controversy. Were photos, were texts deleted? Were snaps deleted? We've been trying to figure it out, but we're seeing through a mirror darkly. We don't know. But according to experts, a trail will be left if anything has been deleted, even if you delete it from the deleted file. Now, joining us, special guest, Brandon Tatum. You know him well. He's a former police officer with two.
First of all, what is up with all the Brandons? Now, we know a lot of Brandons, okay? We know that is Brandon Tatum name. This is Officer Tatum. His name is Brandon. DG name is Brandon. The captain name is Brandon. Rainwater name is Brandon. What's up with the goddamn Brandons, man?
Tucson PD. That's what impresses me. What impresses a lot of other people is he is the star of The Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us tonight. Question to you. You interviewed, as we played at the get-go, several of Nolan's friends. Did they show you photos, videos, snaps of that day on Horn Island?
Well, Nancy, thank you so much for having me on. I spoke to 4 of the boys that are originally accused of being involved in Nolan Wells' death. And they did show me a lot of evidence. I want people to.
He said 4. What the other 2 is? I thought he only interviewed Warren and Tristan. So when did he talk to the other 2 boys? And what the hell did they say?
To be very clear with this, I spent my career putting people in jail. My career is based on getting justice for people who have been done wrong. I've never been a defense attorney. So me going out and doing this was to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And in talking to these young men, the burden of proof is they're going to have to prove to me. I'm not going to listen to what they say out of their mouth. They're going to have to show me. And in many cases, they showed me videos of Nolan on the island. They showed me videos of the boat when they were getting towed out, which is consistent with, kind of similar to what the phone call was. I mean, they showed me pictures of them with Nolan. They showed me phone records of them calling Nolan's mom and all of the above. So they seemed very consistent. They seemed very genuine. And they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos,
Let's go,
videos,
Nancy.
and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water, and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection. You've been in court long enough to know you're going to get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call potentially, but you wasn't going to upload data.
Bitch, the question is, did you or did you not have fucking service? She ain't ask you, was you able to upload shit? Was you able to do this? Was you able to post on your page? She ain't ask you that. Did you have goddamn reception? We know y'all had reception. We know you had reception. We know that the boys had reception too, because they told us that they called people and all type of other stuff, that they had their cell phone. So what do we talk about?
To a social media account. Now, could people take the steps to do it if they're dedicated enough? Yes, but it doesn't appear that would have been a frequent thing, given the fact that you probably had one or two bars out there. And I heard evidence of that. Not only did I see evidence of it when I went out there myself personally with my cell phone, when I listened to the CETO call, you could tell that the call dropped out several times. It seemed like they were having trouble at times hearing each other. So
they had excellent service when they made that CETO call. Okay, it was no dropping or anything. They muted out certain numbers, like when he gave his membership number and his contact number, it was muted so that the information wouldn't be public. The whole call went down without a hitch. So yeah, move on. Hey, Reek.
It is consistent, and anybody that travel out there that have gone to the 4th of July celebration, they know that the reception is not very great. So the videos that they showed me in call logs were things that were not associated to social media, that they never posted on social media. It was, pictures and videos that they took on their phone.
Okay. Let me refine my question. I take it from your last answer that the answer is yes, you had reception on Horn Island.
Yes, I did have reception on Horn Island.
We just played that CETO call. It's 2 words, SEATOW, and it's kind of insurance that people have that are boat goers. And if you have a problem, CETO will come and tow you back to the mainland. They said they had a problem. They said they were taking on water. One of your takes is that all the chatter that we're hearing, wake up, Nolan, are you dead, Nolan, wake the F up, Nolan, could be referring to the battery, the bilge on the boat, that it's all unclear.
Wait, are we going back to the possibility of them telling the boat not to die or the engine not to die? Well, what are we talking about? CB, salute to CB for the 10 jewels. Thank you, CB. What are we talking about here?
Regarding the boat being disabled, apparently it was not. Listen.
Yes, apparently the boat was not disabled because they made several trips after that, and the boat was never towed in by CETO. It got canceled by the grandfather.
Listen.
So first, at 9:56 a.m., the boat leaves the original dock. It arrives at Horn Island at 11:14. So at around 4 o'clock, there is a call to the Coast Guard about the boat. NBC News got a hold of it.
We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board. So does that mean Nolan is on there? Who was on that boat? At 4:31, the boat leaves Horn Island and it is towed approximately 3 miles, and then the tow ends. So after 3 miles, they go back to the original dock.
But the tow never happened.
They arrive at 5:44 p.m. So it looks like this is where Horn Island is, and this is where the original dock is that I am referring to. I looked it up, and El Camino Real Road is in Gulf Hills, Mississippi, which is right above Ocean Springs. So I'm wondering if this is the house where they got the phone. Now, the boat travels to Fort Bayou. At 6:06, the boat returns to the original dock. Then, from the original dock, the boat goes back to Fort Bayou, and then they go to the boat launch, and it is put onto the trailer and moved by the vehicle. Did they drop people off at the original dock, travel to Fort Bayou, pick somebody up, and go back to that original dock? And then from there, why was there an hour and 13-minute time gap? This boat was sinking hours before, and then they're just having it docked for an hour and 13 minutes. You would think they'd want to get that boat out of the water ASAP.
That from the real TikTok detective. The boat wasn't sinking. They told Cito it was sinking. What's the truth? Was it sinking and they repaired it? Did they have a leak and they repaired it and kept on SOP? Brandon Tatum joining us, former cop, now star of The Officer Tatum. Did the young man explain those travels we just identified?
Yeah, 100% they did that. I wish that people on the internet would have had an opportunity, and they can go look at the interview that I did with Warren, but they had an opportunity to actually talk to these young men to get this in perspective, because some people have no idea how.
Nobody wanted to talk to their lying ass besides you. And then you didn't stand on business as a black man and call them out on all the bullshit and the lies. Okay? They claim that they had messages from Katie that y'all never put out. So why would we want to listen to them lie to us?
How boats function and how they work. They explained to me, they took me on a boat and showed me exactly where they went, where they docked, where did they, stop at, how did they get the bilge pump and the water out of the boat and all of the above. So they were sinking. They were taking on water. The water came up high enough that the batteries weren't working. They had to get a tow to kind of tow them out. Where you can see the young lady standing about 3 miles out.
So wait. The boat was sinking. The battery got wet. The battery died. They towed out 3 miles, and then the battery came back to life. I'm so confused. Like, does anybody else know what the hell he's trying to say here? Because maybe I'm missing something.
The complicated boat's jargon, but they ended up getting the boat out. They ended up getting it to the point where they could run the boat, run the water out of the boat through a hole in the boat that they ended up plugging. They explain all this. Anybody that does boating know exactly what they're talking about if you hear them explain it on the interview. So they have an explanation for all of these things. And not only that.
So did they roll this motherfucker to the other docks? Like, I'm so confused. Like, did they roll? Like, you just told us that the battery died. Hey, Big Op Shy. The boat was filling with water. The battery died. Because I guess it got wet. And then they just plugged the hole in the boat to drain the water out. And then what did they do after that? Did they roll it all these other times? Like, maybe I'm tripping. Hey, Tyson.
Nancy, they showed me video of them on the boat, and Nolan was not on the boat. Nolan was not on the boat log. And there are people who saw Nolan on the island closer to around 6 p.m. which is far after they left, far after this phone call was made. I saw text messages from the young lady that Nolan was with, the young lady named PayDae. I saw her text messages. In her text messages, she said that she heard the boys yelling for Nolan to get on the boat. He did not. She said in her text message that she did not see Nolan get on the boat he came on, which was Wyatt's boat, which is the boat that was sinking. And
Holy hello. So you saw actual text messages where Katie said that she saw them tell him to get on the boat, but that he refused to get on the boat. Okay, and then what happened after that? He just, because y'all making it seem like they weren't still talking. She wasn't right there. She heard them yell to him, but he said he wasn't getting on the boat. Okay, so then what happened after that? Like, that's so incomplete. Like, okay, what? So was she still talking to him? Did they talk for another hour? And like, how? Listen, let me hit play.
And they ended up leaving on. So it wasn't just a statement that they made on a podcast. They were actually showing me evidence to the contrary of what the mainstream YouTubers and some media outlets are putting out to people at large. And so I wish that people would go watch the interview or at least take some time.
We watched that shit. Yes, his phone and his keys was still on the boat. Well, they claim that, I guess, I think they said that the keys might have been like at somebody's house. Like, you know how, I guess, you pull up in your car to the person who got the boat, and then I guess since you about to get on water and on the boat, you just kind of like sit your keys in your friend's room. That's kind of how they kind of explained it. Like the keys was just left behind his house. Now the phone was left on the boat. Okay. Let me see. What did he say? I went under his comments and told him about his stuff about how he was handling this story. He blocked me and deleted my comment. Listen, I left him one too because he had put a poll up like, since everybody think I did such a great job in this Nolan Wells case, would y'all like to see me cover other investigative cases? And I was like, hell nah. You shouldn't have did this one. We don't want to hear from you ever again. You did a piss poor job, sir. I don't know if he blocked me or deleted the comment or not. I ain't never go back to look, but I sure left him one too. Look at me, I just see over there leaving that man bad comments. But for real, like, no. He claimed he seen the medical examiner, but the police won't tell him that in houseway. Girl, listen. Tatum definitely a fraud. But yes, to answer your question, is the phone was left on the boat. I think the keys were supposedly left at somebody else's house. So he just let y'all drive off in the boat, a dying boat, with his phone. Like, hey, yeah, the boat is sinking, and I got my phone on the boat so it won't get wet. But the boat they're on is sinking. So it seemed like everybody on the boat is about to get wet. So I'm just going to still just leave my phone there. Fuck it. Like, y'all just take it, have it, whatever. I'm just so engrossed in whatever me and whoever is talking about, because at this point, Katie, like, yeah, I heard y'all say that. I heard him refuse. Okay, and then what? Like, what is going on? Hey, Jelly Bean, I saw your pictures and your videos. So cute. Then how he texts the girl. So they're saying that the girl, Katie, texts the friend the next day. The dude, Warren, in his interview, said Katie texted the friend the next day like she hadn't seen Nolan either. But I guess he claims that she told him that the last time I saw Nolan, y'all was telling him to get on the boat and he refused to get on the boat. So I'm like, okay, so what happened after that? Like, that's just so incomplete. Okay, and then he did what? Just sit in the sand by himself, swam around. Like, what happened after that, baby? Somebody lying.
To listen to these boys' statement. And I'll say this, Nancy, too. I wish that the family would have taken the time, or at least Benjamin Crump would have taken the time to reach out to the lawyers or reach out to these young boys to get their statements, so they're not wasting their time sending everybody on a rabbit trail when they could have just talked to these boys. And they could have, but they refused. because I saw a message from Warren where he called Nolan's mom twice. I've seen messages from Warren's stepmother, Ashley, where she sent Nolan's mom a text saying, please reach out to me whenever you're ready. I would like to talk. Other parents I saw messages from who reached out to Nolan's mom saying, we need to talk. Can we talk? I'm available if you need to talk to us. I do not understand at this point why Benjamin Crump would go out and put misinformation out online when he had the availability to talk to these kids and clear these things up like I did before he presented this to the public. We also reached out to Benjamin Crump 4 times. And on the 5th time, they come back and tell us that the family is not doing interviews. We didn't ask to talk to the family. We asked to talk to the...
Ben does not want to talk to you, Officer Tatum, nor does Nolan Wells' parents. No, absolutely not. You stay over there like a coon and keep interviewing all those white people who sitting up in your face telling you lies while you look stupid and dumb with this look on your face, just looking dumb, stuck. Is this nigga married? Because his wife should be ashamed. I told him I felt sorry for his mother in them comments too.
Attorney Benjamin Crump, why? So we can come together as a community and solve what happened to Nolan Wells, not create and stoke division, which is what I've seen
Mr.
from
Tatum,
Benjamin Crump.
That is exactly what we're trying to do. And I hear everything you're saying. And, you know, I think like a prosecutor, my main goal is to find the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. And one thing I cannot get away from is the medical examiner. I'm trying to get to tonight's news, which I'm going to get to, but, you were seeing video from WLOX. Speaking of sinking, is at an alleged issue with the boat bilge. Well, Randy and Bunny on TikTok have their interpretation of that. Watch this.
Detail assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down there.
That from Randy and Bunny on TikTok. Joe Scott Morgan, very quickly before I can get into why the family believes they need subpoenas to social media giants to get the truth about what happened to Nolan's phone. Anybody can say anything after the fact. Those boys may be innocent. They can look like choir boys, angels now, but I still don't know what happened on that boat. And I still see conflicts. Can they be reconciled? I hope so. But until they are, we're on it. This is what I can't get away from. Control room, please show Joseph Scott Morgan the autopsy diagram of the victim's occipital bone. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. I do not care if an archangel lands on this anchor desk. If he lies to me, I'm using handcuffs for his wrists and a rope for his wings. You hear me? Look at that again. Put it back up. He has deep reddening subcutaneously on the back of his head. Nowhere else. It's not on his neck. The back of his neck anyway. Don't see it on the back. Don't see it anywhere else on the body. So I really don't want to hear a lame explanation that it's lividity of the blood sinking to the back of the body. Number one, the body was on its face. But that said, they kept the neck and the lungs to see if he drowned. Neck. Why would they keep his neck? I can't get away from this, Joe Scott Morgan, and I don't care how angelic the friends appear, and they may be angels. I don't know that yet. But you can't get away from this, Morgan.
No, you can't, and we can't get away from it until the investigation is concluded on the part of the state medical examiner's office and the authorities. in Mississippi, and I can promise you this, as the day is long, they're not going to release this information because it's an ongoing investigation. I know everybody wants it. Now, what we do have is a second view.
The latest is, y'all know, Officer Tatum was trying to say that Nolan was full of that cocaine. Okay, now let me say this: if he was drunk and high, all of them were. My bad, y'all. Y'all know I be momming it up 24 hours a day. Y'all know they gonna worry me every 5 goddamn seconds. Anyways, if he was, y'all all were. Don't try to make it seem like, oh, he just was by himself. Man, he sounded high as 2 kites on that goddamn phone call. Okay? And the privilege was just, it was just through the roof. When he got down to the membership, because we have a membership. Like, I'm sure of it. Like, do what I'm telling you to do. Couldn't answer not damn question. And I'm still trying to figure out what happened to the back of his head. If all accounts say that he was found face down, then when we heard from the people who transport bodies, they said that they transported him face down in a disrespectful manner. So how did all this blood and all this lividity go to this part of the back of his head? Nah, it was already there.
View. We've got a second set of eyes on this from a highly accomplished forensic pathologist, I might add, former chief medical examiner for DC, and he went over Nolan's body very, very thoroughly. And he in his statements relative to this area states that he cannot make heads or tails of it at this point in time because it's compromised. This area I'm referring to in the occipital area of the head, because it has been compromised through decomposition. Now, he did a multi-layered dissection, and what that means is layer by layer, the skin, sub-Q fat, down through the muscle, which had not previously been done in this manner, according to him. I don't even know if it's annotated in the state medical examiner's report because it hasn't been released yet. They're still waiting. It's pending multiple things. How many times have we heard this over the years? They're doing their own histological studies, which means the tissue samples. And also the big part to this, Nancy, is going to be the toxicology. And we know that that takes some time. And it's not just going to be about alcohol. It's going to be everything in the spectrum.
IDC, did you hear the other 2 cases, the Erving and the Smith case? Those are really, really sad as well.
Or a consult.
And what's crazy is all of them were the same age. One of the other little black boys, he died on the 4th of July as well. All of them were surrounded by nothing but white people. One was at not a birthday party, just like a kickback party. He was at a house party. He was the only black person there. The other one, he was the only black person, and I think it was 2 white boys, and they may have pushed him in the water, and he ended up drowning. But he was a swimmer in high school. So listen, it's a lot going on. This is crazy. And why would they tell him that Nolan was high on that shit, but not the laws? The initial report only said Nolan was drinking heavily. Exactly, because they ain't want to admit that all of them had been doing something. But my thing is, I wonder, how does toxicology work after death? Because I know, when you're alive, cocaine stays in your system 3 to 5 days. They found his body 2 days later. So I don't know. I was trying to figure that out. Maybe it stayed, maybe whatever's in your system when you die stays there. I don't know. Does anybody else know? I'm gonna hit play.
Guys, Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this debt? But a month saving as average save.
My understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me, that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And so, and they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took
Why
a
do you say
polygraph
that's
test
from
but
what
one.
you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and
They
passed?
told they yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there, so that's why I'm saying from my understanding, they told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lot to take the test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lot of tech tests and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lot of tech test. It's not a traditional lot of tech test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lot of tech tests. It's a different methodology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if
So
the
then
people were
the
telling the
answer
truth or
to
not.
did they take a polygraph would be no.
Well, yeah, I think it could be semantics because they took a test to analyze whether or not they were being truthful in their statements, and that certified test, they passed it. It just wasn't considered a traditional polygraph. I think it's a more advanced way of doing it.
Brandon Tatum. Hold on. In a nutshell, Joe Scott, there is a difference between a polygraph.
The fact that he tried to sell us on a fake polygraph test, he don't even know what the test called that they actually took, but it's supposed to be the equivalent of a lot of Texas tests. And the only person who refused to take it was Warren. And now Warren's dad is offering money. What's really going on? Yes, Alabama girl. He definitely will put you in the mind of Candace Owens. Okay, let's go.
Which measures all sorts of body signals, your sweat, your breathing, your heart, your blood pressure, all sorts of things, and an audio verification test. Big difference.
Yeah. So the audio is, you're looking for stressors in the voice, and these people are highly trained to do this. And I'm, look, you know how the courts feel about these tests. Are they admissible or not? But I think that, going to Brandon's point, the fact that they have taken these, at least those named allegedly have taken these, according to him, I think that that's significant. Now, whether or not that this is going to be usable, a usable investigative tool, is hard to measure.
I didn't ask you if it's going to be used in court. That's a whole nother animal. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Okay, there may never even be a court case. First, I got to find out what happened to Nolan. Okay, so let's not put the cart before the horse. You've got eye detections tests. I don't put any stock in that as to whether somebody's lying. You've got nonverbal communication experts claiming they can tell. You've got brainwave analysis. You've got all sorts of things. I want a poly. Right. I'm not saying they did anything or they didn't do anything. Go, strap up, take me a poly. Officer Tatum, star of the Officer Tatum on YouTube. I've been told, but I can't verify, that the boat in question has been searched by scent dogs and cadaver dogs. Is that true?
I'm not familiar if that's true. Let me just clarify. The test that they took was a voice stress analysis test instead of what we call a traditional polygraph test. But I'm not familiar with the cadaver dog searching the boat. I wasn't informed that was the case. But I was told by the boys that they did not wash the boat off or do any of those things that they were accused of doing, after this incident.
Right.
And I say, based on all the things that I've heard, it appears that they've been very truthful with me. And law enforcement. They've already communicated with law enforcement very early on.
Okay. Officer Tatum, coming from you, I do give that credence because you were a Tucson PD. I've had people sit down, look me right in the face and lie, and they are so convincing. So I don't know who's telling the truth. I don't know what happened, and that's why I really resent people suggesting the investigation be shut down. We're not doing that until we know what happened. Officer Tatum interviewed multiple of the young men on that boat. Now, let me address what's happened in the last hours. The family is not buying what they are saying, that nothing was deleted. They're not saying they're lying. They're not saying they're telling the truth. They have hit social media giants with subpoenas once and for all to get everything there is to get about Nolan Wells Digital. Okay, straight out to Dr. Jim Jones joining us out of Virginia. Jones, Dr. Jones, cybersecurity digital forensics expert, digital forensics program director, associate professor, George Mason University. Okay, can't argue with that. Okay, Dr. Jones, what will the evidence reveal? Let's just start on Nolan Wells's cell phone. Let's start with Snapchat.
Sure. So on his cell phone, any images taken for whatever app are going to be stored locally, at least temporarily. So Snap is one of those apps that deletes the picture afterwards. The key here is that when digital files are deleted, the data does not immediately go away. So the data is left intact, at least for fractions of a second, sometimes hours, days, weeks. So what they'll find, assuming that they have access to the unencrypted data on the phone, is they will find bits and pieces of old text messages, videos, pictures taken, and that might reveal something that they can timestamp to the event in question, yet the picture is not still in the active files. That would suggest a deletion.
Okay, hold on.
Tech company Meta has come to Louisiana, creating thousands of jobs and pumping billions into our economy. Meta is investing in Louisiana's electric grid, paying for its own power needs and a big share of grid upgrades and maintenance costs. Meta's investments will save Louisiana ratepayers nearly $3 billion. It's why the White House recently congratulated Louisiana's leaders for recruiting Meta and lowering energy costs. This is a win for Louisiana families.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Let me see, Jones. Dr. Jones, I'm just a trial lawyer. I need you to explain carefully what you just said. Let me ask you some pointed questions. Snap is different, very different. Hold on, doctor. Let me go to Tanya Jordan, Chief Parent Officer at Bark Parental Controls, author of Parenting in a Tech World. Snap is a whole nother can of worms.
Okay, y'all, I think we're about to move on to Tisa Tell's video. She goes more in depth with the KD person. So hold on, let me remove this one. And we're gonna move over to hers. I just wanted to listen to Nancy Grace tearing to Officer Tatum and all his goddamn lies. I'm so sick of his lies. I did drop the link to the panel open for anybody. Let me share my screen for this other one. This situation is crazy, y'all. It's already enough fear when your kids leave to go off for college. And he hadn't even made it to that point. He was just about to go off to college. All right.
Remember how everybody's been asking where's...
All right, let's see if we can get some answers out of Tisa Tells, okay? Hopefully she could, because Tisa Tells be messing me up, y'all. She be getting the boys' names confused. She be calling Nolan Wells' Warren name and just confusing the names. Hopefully she don't do so bad. I know she does in the end, because I was at the end. I was in here at some point, and then at the end, I know she got really, really bad. So I'm going to try to help y'all follow along with Tisa Tells, okay? But she's definitely going to go more into details about Katie and this whole little narrative and everything that's going on behind the scenes with the friends.
Katie, where's Katie? Where's Katie? Well, guess what? Katie, her family, Nolan's family, actually gave a pretty gut-wrenching interview. You guys, the evidence has been in front of us, and we're now starting to collect the holes. So much has happened in 24 hours. What has happened? Bart said he's suing everybody because his name is Bennett and it ain't in it. He has thrown Warren under the bus. He has thrown Wyatt under the bus.
Yes, I don't know if y'all heard, but Bart, I think is like he trying to. I don't know if he gonna. I don't know who the hell he trying to sue. I don't know if he's trying to sue his friends or if he's trying to sue. I think it might be a content creator for defamation or something. He's saying that he wasn't even on the island that day. That he was out of town in a way and out for college, but his name is on the police report. The Flocka dude? No, RBC. Who is he? But so yeah, so y'all, he trying to deny that he was even there. But Boyd signed the damn missing persons form. So what the hell? Like, okay.
Him and his family have lawyered up, and his lawyer is actually like this with, I believe, the AG of Mississippi. Again, they've been sitting on ready for anybody to mention his name. He says he don't know Katie. He says he ain't never met Katie. He said, as a matter of fact, when he saw Katie after Nolan, that's the first time he even knew who she was. Now, everybody said what I said. Does Katie know you don't know her? What's Katie got to say? But you guys, Katie actually has to say a lot. And you guys, I think we've been looking in the wrong direction. I think it's deeper than we think. Listen, I'll be honest with you. Bart and his lawyer said his name is Bennett. He ain't in it. Okay, for now. Even though I do have a good live I'm going to do tomorrow, I'm collecting evidence about the Bart Warren Wyatt thing. And the way if what Bart is saying is true, well, baby, we're looking right at Warren and Wyatt again. But anyway, let's talk about Katie, Nolan's family, and everything that actually happened in Horn Island, okay? And yes, there is an interview. It's been under our noses, and we are going through it in detail because Katie has detailed, and Katie's family has detailed that Horn Island was not some fun, oh yay, look, they were not playing Miley Cyrus, put my hands up, playing my song, you know, Party in the USA, the national 4th of July anthem. Yeah, Party in the US.
At this point, Horn Island is horror island. At this point, between all of the brawls and fights that we heard, between the drinking and drug use, between the boat accidents and everything that we done heard, at this point, it's horror island. It ain't Horn Island anymore. I'm sorry.
I say it was a rage-filled, almost mosh pit where she had to flee for her safety and even traced him admitted in the.
Yes, TC. There is a live discussing the fight over Katie. But okay, so let's get into some things, right? A picture was posted with Bart and some girl. Everybody was saying that it was Katie and that Bart and Katie had a previous relationship, that Bart was away at college and then came home, and now Katie is, you know, flirting and talking and dealing with Katie, right? He's come out to say that he does not have a relationship with Katie and has never had a relationship with Katie. So they're saying that they mistook the girl in the picture with Bart as Katie, but it wasn't Katie. So we're unsure on if Bart and Katie ever really dated. But we do know that Katie is close friends with Nolan. This was not somebody that he had just met that day. Katie knows his family, has been at family gatherings and get-togethers. So why everybody was acting like they didn't know who the hell Katie was and he had just met this girl this day, like none of that is true. Nolan been knowing her. So it's some lies in there, and we not clear on everything that's a lie and everything that's not a lie. We don't know if Katie and Boy really had a relationship. We don't know if they fought or had an argument over that. Now, what I will say is I found it very strange that in their interviews, every time him talking to Katie was mentioned, it was always some slight or slick shit pertaining to it. Now, when Warren was asked about it in that interview, Officer Tatum asked him, he said, now, off the cameras, you told me about some things that you said when you saw Nolan talking to Katie, and I thought it was funny. Would you care to share? He avoided the question and totally gave a whole nother answer. He didn't even answer the question, okay? Then when it came to Tristan also said some slick shit. Like, it was just weird. Like, everybody was making it seem like it was this issue or problem with Nolan talking to this girl. So it's something there, but we don't know what's there. Okay? Salute not on my watch. What's up? All right, so let's go. So we listen. Everything we thought we knew, we just don't even know nothing at this point. But what I do know is that goddamn dispatch call, it had a lot going on, and that can't be goddamn denied. That shit ain't AI. That shit ain't nothing added to it. That's the true call. Now, digging further than that, I don't think we really, really know. Okay, well, you dropped the live on my wall. I couldn't find that combo. Which one? Now, the boys' interviews are on Officer Tatum's channel. Now, when Bart was being accused for having a relationship with Katie, it's on a few channels, but Tisa Tills has one up as well. Okay? So, between Tisa Tills and Officer Tatum, you should see what you're looking for. The interviews on Officer Tatum's page, if you're looking for the possible relationship between Bart and Katie and all of that, that's on Tisa Tills.
Officer Django interview that he was put on a boat by his uncle to flee for safety. Whatever was going on, you know what? Let me not ruin the article and the interview. I promise it is worth your time, okay? Before we get into this, I need you guys to listen to Trayston's own words, not just from Officer Tatum, but remember when Trayston came out saying, hey, Blackies, moon crickets, listen to me, gather round. I too am half moon cricket, right? Remember when he thought just flashing like his palm, right? We'd be like, oh, okay, never mind, guys, case is over. Black person said there's nothing to do. Instead, like I said, we took tomatoes and was like, the stage, right? So anyway, when Tristan, that's his name, Trayston, we're going to call him Tracy. I don't mean to disrespect that boy's name. We'll just call him Tracy, right? Because apparently Tracy wasn't there when anything went down with Nolan, with Warren, with Wyatt, with nobody. He was not around. He fled to safety on a boat, and his uncle forced him to do that. But I want to take you back, sorry, not to the Officer Django interview, but the first time he came out in front of everybody, defending his neighborhood, defending his people, defending his crew. Listen to what he says before we get into Katie's interview, because everybody's saying, this, that, and the third, and everybody's saying, oh yeah, Katie. Look at the way he describes Katie, which lets you know, Tracy, you don't know what's going on. Sit this one out, but also it opens up even more questions. Listen to the way he describes, Tracy describes, what's the girl's name? Let me not call him Tracy. The way he describes Katie, and also what he describes as actually going on. This is before Warren's interview, okay? So this is when he chose to come out and rep his set and defend. Just listen, and then we'll get into
not rip his set.
The actual article with Katie, because it's a doozy, I guarantee you, and it's been sitting under our nose the whole time. Why don't we see this? You guys, in an investigation, lots of people become persons of interest. Lots of people become subjects, but you have to follow the trail. And sometimes the trail seems like it's getting hot and you got to reverse, because now you're like, wait, this changes everything. This is a rapidly moving beast and we have to ride the beast. All right. Also, I would assume everybody's grown, but let me just say, do not harass, do not send hate, do not say anything. One, because why would you let the guilty person, whoever that is, know you're onto them? And second of all, if you guys have anything, call Ben Crump's tip line, right? Email Ben Crump's office. I'm sure they would love to hear. Do not harass, do not bully. Please don't send any hate or death threats. We want justice. We want justice. All right, so let's get into, listen to this. This was the first thing that came out before Warren even did his interview, okay? A lot of good things in here. And it also makes me wonder, how much did Trayston, how much did he really know Nolan? One, He said that Nolan had a stepdad. Everybody else is saying that man is Nolan's real daddy. Now, I haven't been able to confirm either way.
From what I know, that is his biological son. He has a different last name because his grandmother was Ida B. Wells, who was an activist in Mississippi. And so they chose to give Nolan her last name, which is ironic because look at what ended up happening. Not saying that you know, like, I'm just saying, like, she was an activist and fought for rights for us, and then for her grandson to be unalived on, you know, in this situation, and for it to be a mystery is crazy. But yeah, that does come down to the question of how well did Tristan really know Nolan if you don't know if that's his stepdad or his biological dad. But yet you came out saying that you were his best friend. You also called his mom a lie. Okay? You said that you was his best friend and that you had never been over by his house. Or was that Warren who said he had never been by the house? One of them. But long story short, I know Tristan came out saying that he was his best friend. And Kristen said, you know, a best friend is a stretch. You know what I'm saying? They may have been familiar with each other, but best friend is definitely a stretch. Then he came back to Officer Tatum and told Officer Tatum that Christine was lying and that he's left his car over by their house and this, that, and the third. But how you can't answer a simple question on whether that's his stepdad or not if that's your best friend? Everybody kept referring to Nolan as their brother. But baby, this is not how you treat your brother, okay?
But also listen to what else he said about Katie. Y'all ready for this? Let's go, all right?
Let me clear something up about AI agents after using Monday.
Here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard addressed this viral video that investigators have been studying.
See, what nobody caught, not even Tisa tells, is what the hell he just said. Nobody expected for his life to be taken. If this was accidental, and you don't know what the hell happened, why would you be saying nobody expected his life to be taken? What the fuck?
Wells's parents worried it showed their son involved in a confrontation, but Shepard said that's him, not Wells.
That's the video I'm referring to.
We gotta hear that again,
That's
y'all.
me yelling.
We gotta hear that
Shepard says he took.
We're getting so much hate.
Man is Nolan's real daddy. Now, I haven't been able to confirm either way.
Listen close, y'all.
But also listen to what else he said about Katie. Y'all ready for this? Let's go, all right?
Here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard addressed this viral video that investigators have been studying.
Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short. What? I thought he accidentally drowned. I thought y'all didn't know what the hell happened to him. Now, nobody wanted to see his life be taken and cut so short. Baby.
Wells's parents worried it showed their son involved in a confrontation, but Shepard said that's him, not Wells.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
Shepard says he took a boat back from Horn Island in the late afternoon, but Wells stayed behind with a girl he had met.
They met that day, and it was kind of one of those things. It did come off that day that he really did like her, but that was the only time they'd ever hung out was at Horn Island on July 4th.
Listen to me. Do you hear what he said? He was with a girl that day. Later on in the interview with with Django Unchained, right? He said that was Katie. They identified this girl he really liked as Katie. Now, when I read this article, it's going to be like, here's the thing. I don't think Tristan is involved in this at all. I'll be honest with you. After reviewing stuff, I do think that he is operating as unknowingly as a useful idiot. Tristan was not around. Tristan don't really know Nolan like that. Tristan don't even know, I'm sorry, not Warren. Tristan don't know Nolan like that. Tristan does not even know the true relationship between Nolan and Katie. However, Nolan's family came out on record and spoke on Nolan and Katie's real relationship. You thought Katie was just some girl that he was hugged up with. And you said that in the interview, but then an officer, the Django's, right? An officer, whatever's video, what did he tell us? He walked up to Nolan, because don't forget he had gotten in this vicious fight that was caught on video. And the fight was so bad that his uncle was worried about him and said, don't do anything stupid, and put him on the boat, and he had to leave earlier before anyone. That's how, again, we're going to get into Katie's interview, but apparently things were going wild. It was Lord of the Flies on Horn Island. That's what it makes it sound like. But in this interview, when you first came out of space, you said he was just with some girl. He looked like he liked her, but it was just some girl. Then in the interview, once you sit down, you said, no, Nolan was with Katie. And when I walked by Nolan after getting out my fight, because my uncle said, get on the boat and get out of here. When he walked by Nolan to say bye, he literally said that he said, hold on, y'all, my computer's about to go dead. I've been doing research all day. Forgot to plug in my computer. He literally said that he walked by Nolan, dabbed him up, and then said some slick shit to him about the girl he was with, who was Katie. Just keep that in mind. I will put it out on record. I don't think that Tristan was involved in what was going on. I think Tristan, for whatever reason, wants to defend Ocean Springs. I think he wants to be a part of the community. I think he wants to feel useful. I think that you were not there. You don't even know the main people involved. And everything you've said about Nolan and Katie leads me to believe that you don't really know either of them that well. Or at least, but let's keep going. Let's go.
Investigators believe Wells drowned and say there were no immediate signs of foul play. But there is growing frustration in the community, and his parents are skeptical, telling GMA Wells left his phone behind and they tracked it to one of his friends.
It was showing everywhere the phone had been, I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land.
The sheriff said the parents have not turned over the phone to investigators. Their lawyers said they will. While the investigation goes on, Tristan Shepard wants the focus on his friend.
I want everybody just to relax and let everybody mourn the loss of Nolan.
Relax.
And let us remember him as in the sweet guy. I think everybody needs to let the investigation continue and let the facts be shown.
Shepard told us he has spoken to the police, and the sheriff's department said both he and other friends of Wells have been cooperative. Aaron Katursky.
So, again, you heard what Tristan said. They sent him out 2 weeks ago and sent him out as I think the only other boy, he would say mixed boy.
Keep in mind, y'all, Tristan has done 3 interviews. He did 2 with news stations, and then he did 1 with Officer Tatum. Why are you doing all of these interviews if you left the island before Wyatt's and them both ever left? Okay, Nolan rode in on Wyatt's boat. Bart's boat was parked next to Wyatt's boat. Okay, you left on your uncle's boat because of an altercation that you had over you and your girlfriend and some man butting into y'all business. Okay, you left, so you weren't even there when Wyatt's boat left. So you don't know whether Nolan got on the boat or not. But you have so much to say. I don't understand. We never even need to know about your altercation or anything else. But they sent him out here because he's mixed. So I guess to appeal to us, but yeah, it didn't work.
in the whole thing. A lot of things aren't adding up. You guys, what do I have for proof? Because you're right, there is going to be a lot of misinformation. I am doing my best to check sources, okay? This is from a verified newspaper that has sources, and they have verified that they talked to Katie, they talked to Katie's sister, and they talked to Nolan's family. And they all had something to say. And every time we're saying, where's Katie? Where's Katie? Where's Katie? By the end of this article, Katie's actually, well, you know what? I'm going to save it I'm going to save this as a, what do you call it? A surprise ending, if you will, because I want you guys to make up your own minds, but it's a lot. Okay.
The Millers love the sound of earning and saving money on vintage.
Listen, exactly. Who said that? Livy Peep, Livy, Lilipe, Olivia Pay. Oh, the dyslexia is kicking my butt. Livy. We'll call you Livy.
Don't worry about it.
Listen, Livy, I got you. Thank you for the super chat, but Livy actually has something to say. And I agree with you. Oh, what's up? Welcome. Welcome, C. Edwards, to the Tattletales family. C. Edwards 2197. Also, Libby said, Nolan's mother said she do not know this dude, Trayston. I don't think Trayston knows Katie or Nolan like that. I think they were cool. I think they were cordial, but I don't think he knows too much about Nolan, his family life. And he definitely don't know about Nolan's woman that sounds like it's Katie. Now, you guys, let me read this article to you. It's a very good one. There's lots of juicy quotes from Katie's sister, Nolan's family, and some people say it's Katie directly, right? But let's get going. They said they were just two promising this is Daily Mail. They're Brits, but they always get to the money, right? They always get to the money. Katie is the reason why none of these guys' stories actually stuck, because they kept trying to say, Katie, Katie, Katie. Now, you heard Tristan said, oh, he was with some girl. When he actually called in, he didn't even know Katie's name. And he said, like, Nolan seemed like he liked her, but to be honest with you, that was the first time they ever met. That's not true either, because listen to what Katie's family, and MF and Nolan's family has to say. Listen. They were just two promising teenagers soaking up the sun on a party island under the perfect cloudless sky for the 4th of July holiday. Listen, they're British paper. Just let them have their fun, okay? But within 24 hours, he was floating dead in its waters 10 miles off the coast of Mississippi, and she would be linked to the tragedy through no fault of her own. I know, I said the same thing. Just let them cook. The Daily Mail can reveal that the girl Nolan's friends claim he was talking to when they left Horn Island is Katie McCormick, a 19-year-old student from a few towns east of Ocean Springs, where Nolan lived. So, clears up the first thing, and this information has been verified, okay? Katie actually didn't live in Ocean Springs. She was an out-of-towner. Warren, Trayston, and a lot of people, maybe through a mission, but they led us to believe that Katie was one of their own. Even though it is odd that when Trayston first spoke on this tragedy, he didn't even know that Nolan knew Katie outside of the island. But listen, Nolan made the July trip with a group of close friends. You guys, it's going to get good, but you guys know I like a build-up. Nolan made the July 4th trip with a group of close friends and spent 5 hours having fun among hundreds of other teenagers and college students. But by late in the afternoon, they were in a panic. The boat was taking on water and needed to hurry back to town before it sank. Nolan, still engrossed in conversation with Katie, told his friends to make the 10-mile trip back to the mainland without him. The friends later claimed to police. However, Katie's sister, Gracie, countered claims that Nolan stayed to talk to her sibling. They said Katie assumed Nolan would be heading back to the mainland with his friends, according to Katie's sister. But you guys, there's a reason for that. Hold on. This story has been under our noses. We're going to get to the bottom of it. There's absolutely no suggestion of wrongdoing on Katie's part, and Nolan's family has been publicly supportive of her. But the conflicting accounts between what Nolan's friends say happened and what Katie's sister countered, Katie's sister speaking for her, obviously, would have sparked concern for Nolan's family, who hired a top civil rights lawyer, Ben Crump, to investigate the teenager's death. Nolan was the only black teen on the boat. Well, not according to Tristan. Tristan was like, a lot of people don't know Nolan wasn't even black. He had a little Asian in him. You live in a town that you got to say you mixed with something to be accepted. Okay, so
which was absolutely ridiculous. When he said that, I almost fell the hell out. Because not you basically telling the black community to turn their back on Nolan Wells because he was 25% Asian. Like, yeah, because what people don't know is Nolan wasn't even actually black. He was what? He has a Filipino grandmother. Everybody else in the situation black. Grandfather black, daddy black, daddy side of the family black. He's 25% Asian. So we were supposed to turn our back on Nolan because he's 25% Asian. What's weird about this situation is I have a nephew that's 25% Asian, and him and Nolan eerily favor. Like, if y'all go to my Instagram page, do I still have a prom picture up? I had a prom picture up with my daughter and my nephew. Him and Nolan favor, but Tristan just offended the fuck out of me with his interview. Okay? This is crazy. Hey, let me see what Izzy say. We didn't do anything wrong. We have black friends. Exactly. Like, what's going on? But when they found out Nolan's mother said she didn't know them, they couldn't even say she lying. And we have met his parents because they lying about being best friends. Tristan did try to call her a lie, IDT, in that Officer Tatum interview. He said that he don't know why she would say that because he's parked his car over by Nolan's house several times and this, that, and the third. Okay, so he definitely tried to call Miss Christine a lie. But yeah, Tristan, you're a lie. They down south and they definitely know the number one rule. They didn't even go exactly. He said that because they was being accused, they didn't go to the funeral. Child. All right, let's hit play.
So no, anyway. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Okay, so they said Nolan was the only black teen on the boat with his white friends, and Ben Crump claimed Nolan's race means that the case must be carefully investigated. She's saying she went and got on the boat. They're saying he didn't get on a boat. So which one is it? He told reporters in the days after he was hired. The fact that you have a young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys, and then the boys said no. Nolan told him that he was going to stay with the girl. Somebody must not be telling the truth. Now, you guys, I know what you're saying. Tisa, we already know this. Get to the MF and point. Hang with me. This article gets better, okay? It gets better, but it is really good at setting the scene because I believe, well, I'll tell you what I believe in a second. Somebody must not be telling the truth. Katie's sister Gracie said, Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat he came out on. Katie assumed his friends, quote unquote, she actually used the derogatory, his friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. The exact chain of events and whether Nolan told his friends to leave without him or just wait a little longer remains unclear. Now let's get to the meat of this mess, all right? Gracie said Katie was on the island with a different group to the one the one Nolan was in, and was later taken home by her brother, Tony, and his fiancée, Eva Creedle. We've given all the answers we can give to his mom and authorities. Now, they said Katie has not publicly spoken up to now about what happened on Horn Island, but replied to a social media post made by a friend to defend her. Katie said, "What's understood doesn't have to be said. I love y'all. Just pray for his family and his friends. I'm good, and all I can do is pray for healing over them. This is a terrible situation and all." Few are finding the situations more terrible than Nolan's parents, Christine and Elmore. The couple claimed Jackson County Sheriff's Office had been too quick to assert that there were no signs of foul play, particularly in the state.
If someone is only making minimum payments on their credit cards every month, here are 3 things their credit card
The picture that was
companies do
just on
not.
the screen was a picture of Katie. So I think she's about to tell us that that's not Katie that was in the picture with Bart. But let's go.
Disturbingly racist past. Findings from Nolan's autopsy have yet to be released by the coroner, and private examination ordered by his family called his past.
Let me try to read the screen because I think that this is something that Katie wrote. I'm good, and all I can do is pray for healing over them. This is a terrible situation, all in all. Few are finding the situation more terrible than Will's experience. Maybe that's just the article. Okay. All right. Let's listen.
Findings from Nolan's autopsy have yet to be released by the coroner, and private examination ordered by his family called his case of death undetermined, okay? This is Katie right here.
Shut
right?
up, SD. Yes, I do.
And this is also Katie's brother and his fiance, Eva. I see why everybody, well, including myself, made a mistake about who was in the picture with, what's his name? Bart? Because Katie looked like the girl in the picture of Bart, looked like.
Wait a minute. Fred say, SD, no, don't start. You do I come fucking with you? Will you flirt with your women? Not Fred referred to me as one of his women, though, child. Lord. Damn, Fred. I was just telling you the truth, my bad. Stop lying, SD. I do love Fred. Why would you tell him that lie? True. And just like Fred say, we don't interfere in what you be having going on with your harem of hoes. Shit. Yes, I said a harem of hoes.
Like her brother's fiance. Is it just me? I mean, I get it. When you look closely at the face, you see a difference. But right now, I just see blonde hair, big eyes, big smile. But anyway, let's go. Now get this. Katie is from Pascagoula, about 17 miles east of Nolan Wells' home in Ocean Springs, and is known to host large gatherings at her parents' home. So she is big dog, just not in Ocean Springs. This is very important, you guys. Open your ears. And this has been verified. One of Nolan's relatives, all right, Jackson, so Nolan has relatives in the sheriff's office. One of Nolan's, did y'all know that? One of Nolan's relatives, Jackson County Sheriff's Deputy, Kadriana McKinney, posted in support of Katie after she received a torrent of abuse, claiming she played a role in Nolan's death. Listen to me. Remember how Trayston, the boy that said he was with some girl, I think it was the first day he met her, but everybody in Ocean Springs. I remember how he said, oh yeah, Nolan was my best friend, and Nolan's mama was like, I do not know you. Remember that? Listen to what Nolan Wells' relative says. Nolan has, and this is why the cover up. Let me just read what they said, because I have a theory that the cover up that Ben Crump is pushing on is because Nolan Wells' relative, who she's a deputy sheriff, I think it's like something ain't right. I would think maybe she didn't. I don't know. I'm just speculating, right? But this is what Nolan Wells' relative, I think is a cousin or something. She's a deputy sheriff in Jackson County, Kadriana McKinney, right? Posted in support of Katie. She said, we all know and love Katie. Trayston said that Nolan had just met her that day. Trayston said he seemed like he really liked her, but it was just some girl he met. How could you know this man and be his friend, and you ain't know that? It sounds like Katie is his girl. If not his girl, baby, they friends to the end like Chucky. You know, maybe they friends that turn to lovers or something more. But listen to what Nolan's family said about Katie. We all know and love Katie. Nobody as far as my family is blaming Katie. We all love her and her whole family. She spent so many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. My family has no vendetta against her whatsoever. We love her. I think we're just trying to understand what happened. Y'all, let's roll it back.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago and watch this. Ready? $97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. So
How tight were
All
Warren
right,
and
and we
Nolan?
back.
I'm being serious. How tight were Tristan and Nolan? Tristan, you didn't even know that this girl sounds like she's Warren's bona fide. If not, baby, they are super, super tight. Even if it's a platonic relationship, like I said, we all know and love Katie. Nobody, as far as my family, is blaming Katie. This is Nolan's family speaking. We all love her and her whole family. She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. My family has no vendetta against her, Katie, whatsoever. We love her. I think we're just trying to understand what happened. Y'all, how tight were Warren and Nolan, and how tight were Tristan and Nolan? Tristan, I don't think Tristan was involved in this. But that said, I don't think we can listen to an MFing thing that Tristan got to say. Because you literally...
We most definitely can't listen to Tristan ass, and he was the biggest distraction, okay? Because you weren't there. You had already left. So you were sent in as a distraction, period. Okay, say the name Brielle Strike Matter. She is a close friend of Bart Emerson Jr. She was on that boat. I know she was on the boat. Y'all, please say her name, Brielle. So is Brielle the female voice that we hear? Greg Adams. What are you telling us? Look at SBS. All right, let us know, Greg. Let us know something now. If you know something that we don't know, tell us. Put us up on game.
Well, Lou win like Captain Save-A-Ho, and you don't even know the basics. You don't know whether Warren's dad is his stepdaddy or his real dad. You don't know that Katie, if she's not Warren's bona fide, baby, she is like this with the family. They know her. She spent countless time at family events. Katie is in the mix. And you know what the funny thing is? Hear me out. Everybody's still up for discussion. I'm not taking anybody off the table, but hear me out, because as you get new information, things have to change. This is a bona fide article. This is a verified article. None of these boys came out to dispute this article. What's more, here we go. Nolan's family, there goes Miss Bright Eyes right there, literally went on record and spoke for the whole family about the way they feel about Katie. And baby, she's showing her face, and she's a deputy sheriff in Jackson County, which makes me think, is there a reason why Nolan's mom, even though Warren was like, yo, just calm down, just chill, Warren's mom activated like Voltron and called the sheriff at midnight, and they found Warren's phone and went to go get it? It helps to have law enforcement in the family. She's a deputy sheriff. I wonder if she's privy to any information that we're not. I'm telling you, she's on Nolan's family side. Blood is thicker than anybody. All right. However, so this is verified. She's going on record. She's related to Nolan. I think they're cousins, or maybe they might be like she's Nolan's aunt, like related to her mama. But the whole point of the matter is, okay, or she's related on the daddy's side, aunt on the daddy's side, you know, the whole point of the matter is, y'all listen to me. Just follow me. And we got to ask the question, how much did Warren know? Oh, we're going to get to the whole boat and the separation, because Katie addresses that too. How much did the people that say they love Nolan and that's their brother, how much did they really know Nolan? When they said, oh, he was talking to some girl at Horn Island and he said he was going to stay with her. Did y'all know Nolan enough to know that Katie wasn't just some girl? She wasn't a fling. They didn't meet on Horn Island. Not only was that it sounds like, if not his bona fide, that was his bestie before the restie. But the whole family knew her. The whole family loved her. Again, she has spent many events with our whole family, many events. To me, that sounds like birthdays, holidays, weddings, you name it, right? She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times, more times than they can count. See, here's the thing. Y'all talking about, oh, he was with some girl. He was with some girl. He got left with a girl. You didn't know that Katie was the bona fide. You didn't know that Katie was like this with family. And you didn't know that when you told investigators, I would imagine, because that's what it sounds like. Listen, this is my opinion. You make up your own, all right? We are not accusing anybody. I'm just saying that to make the stories make sense, what can bridge? You didn't know, based off of what you said, and based off of inner things, that Katie was like this with the family. That when you said, oh, he was with, what's the girl's name? I don't know what. Katie, not only Katie, and again, everybody's up for grabs. We don't know what's going to happen, but you don't know that Katie is like this with the family. And Katie was first, right? First to tell Nolan's mama, no, that is not what happened. As a matter of fact, it was a violence-filled day that Katie had to flee from. And she assumed when they were separating that Nolan was going with his friends, because Nolan's friends were yelling by their own admission, get the let's go, Nolan, get the F on the boat. Because there was sorry, sweetie, scaring my puppy. Because there was crazy stuff going. I'm sure because there was, come here. I'm sorry. Because there was crazy stuff going on Horn Island. More on that later, because there's also somebody that knows what happens at Horn Island that is feeding things to another person. We'll talk about that tomorrow morning. We just want to verify what we can to whatever. But again, what if them just saying Katie, because they know how tight they were, was another misstep, just like that audio being leaked was a misstep. Many people say that, okay, now this has not been verified, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's not true. One of the reasons that Nolan's mom got so, oh my God, where's Nolan, is because they thought that Nolan was going to be out there chilling with Katie. That was his 4th of July plans. And they called Katie to be like, where is Nolan? And Katie was like, he said he was going back with his friends. Meanwhile, the mama just got off the phone with the friends. So
okay, so I didn't know that. I didn't know that his plans was to meet up with Katie. So this is crazy.
Oh, we haven't seen him. He said that he was staying back with that girl, who later they found out the girl's name was Katie. And Nolan's mama knew something ain't right. Katie, who and I quote, we all love her and her whole family. She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers, countless.
How do I find time to make burgers for everyone at the office? I manage company travel on Avant. Before in Avant, it was chaos.
Thank you. She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. My family has no vendetta against her whatsoever. We love her. We all know and love Katie. Nobody, as far as my family, is blaming Katie. You guys, everybody's talking about where's Katie? Katie is MF in mourning. According to Nolan's family, Katie is mourning. Let's also not forget that Katie's sister actually, hold on a second. Nobody is saying that, nobody is also bringing up the fact of Katie's sister. Katie's sister made a Facebook post. I believe she made it either today or sometime in the last week, right? She said this flat out. Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat he came out on. The conversation we're going to get to in the rest of the article, it wasn't like, okay, bye. No, there was a lot of mess going on. She jumped on her boat because her family was like, go, 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 go. And Nolan was like, all right, I'll go back with my friends, right? She said Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat when he came out. Katie made it home.
I wonder what was happening that everybody had to flee. And did it have something to do with what was going on with Nolan's friends? Like, so what we have to remember also is this. Tristan is the one who said he came out saying that he had an altercation, right? That him and his girl, he lost her lid to her cup or whatever, her coochie cup or some shit. Koozie. I think it was a koozie cup. And they got into it. He must have been talking to the girl real reckless, right? So another guy stepped in like, hey, man, you ain't got to talk to her like that, right? And him and that guy ends up having a fight. His uncle comes over, tries to calm him down, makes him get on the boat. And then while he's on the boat, he's still hearing people fighting and arguing, right? When he tries to go to get off the boat to see what was going on, come to find out Warren's little brother was now fighting the same guy that he was fighting. Because Warren's little brother said that when Tristan went away to the boat, this guy was still talking reckless about Tristan. So because he's Warren's little brother and he's affiliated with the friend group, he takes it upon himself to have a fight with the guy. So Tristan tries to get off the boat to go and jump back into that fight when he sees Warren's little brother fighting, but his uncle makes him leave. All right, with all that being said, that means Warren and his little brother was still on the island when Tristan left the island. So was this chaos still going on when Nolan was talking to Katie and they was telling Nolan to get on the boat? He then tells Katie, hey, Katie's family too. It's like, hey, let's get out of here. It's too much going on. Okay. Now his friends over here hollering, get the fuck on the boat. He separates from Katie to get on the boat. I'm assuming that the chaotic situation was happening with Warren and Warren's little brother, and Warren was on the boat with Nolan.
Because she was on another boat with different people. Katie was safe because my brother and sister-in-law went and got her. Keep that sentence in mind. It's going to be explained in this article. Katie was safe because my brother and sister-in-law went and got her. That's how crazy things were getting in Horn Island. Katie assumed that friends, she put it in quotation marks again, right? It's right there.
So everybody else account that it was a chaotic situation and there was a lot going on. With that being said, why would we buy the story that Nolan said he wasn't getting on the boat? If everybody is actively fleeing Horn Island because there's too much going on, whether it had something to do with y'all or not, why would he refuse to stay in the chaotic situation, leave his phone with y'all and his keys at y'all house? Make that make sense.
Katie assumed the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. Me and my family have talked, called, and are sending up prayers to bring Nolan home. We have given all the answers we can to his mom and authorities. So it wasn't this week, sorry. It was the week that he went missing, and this is before he actually turned up. Right? Anyway, so what did we learn from actually reading? Y'all want sources? We're giving you sources. Nolan has a relative that is a junior deputy sheriff. This is Miss Beautiful Kadriana McKinney. She's a deputy sheriff, right? Katie was like this with Nolan and his family. That sounded like it was his bona fide. If she was not his bona fide, they were very, very good friends. Katie, it looks like, is the one that alerted Nolan's mom early after Warren said, oh, don't worry about it. We're going to find him. And she called Katie, and Katie was like, what are you talking about? He left with his friends. And that's when she knew something wasn't adding up. And she called the police, who I assume, I don't know if her niece was working at that moment, but she made a police report, this, that, and the third. All right. Now get this. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter said investigators did not suspect foul play and believed Nolan chose to stay on the island. Here's the crazy thing. All of them boys said Nolan wanted to stay. Katie The girl everybody says now that they finally remembered her name after Nolan's body was.
My mother's keeper. What's crazy about that is I was listening to one of the readers, child, and they were doing the reading on Nolan Wells. I've seen about 3 of them. But I want to say Quatita Dean might have been the one that said that he had a funny feeling about going on this trip and that something happened between this friend group about 2 weeks before the situation happened. Now, y'all know, readers, we take it with a grain of salt. But she was the same one who said it was going to be 7 Erders after Mo3's death, and it was 7. So, I don't know.
Down. Katie, the girl everybody said was hugged up with Nolan and was the last person to see Nolan, according to all the boys. Katie is saying that's not true. He 100% said he was leaving with his friends and he was getting on the boat. But the sheriff says he didn't suspect foul play and believe Nolan chose to stay on the island. You see why her mom called Ben Crump in? Because without Katie telling her version to Nolan's mom, this might have actually rolled. But again, I will say, I don't think they knew Katie was Katie. I don't think they knew Katie was like this with Nolan's family.
That's because they didn't know Nolan. Quatita Dean also said that she don't believe that they was on the boat when they made that call. So then there's that. Ben Crump did all that hollering earlier for no reason. Salute, Louisiana lady. Hey, baby. All right, let's hit play.
I don't know that they knew that Katie's family and Nolan's family was like this together. And I don't think they knew that Katie will be telling the police that's not what happened. That's not what happened. There's more. Ben Crump has insisted that Nolan may have met with foul play, seized on the conflicting accounts that Katie gave, right? And the teen's friends gave.
What if I told you that the moment your book is published, there could be a giant billboard featuring you and your book in Times?
Now, let's keep going because it's important. Nolan's friends said they had to leave the festivities early because the boat was sinking on water due to a problem with its barge pump. The situation, was dire enough, and they called dispatch to ask for help getting the vessel safely back to the mainland. You remember, Wyatt, hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, our barge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you please come out?
Baby,
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back. Now, pause right there in this story also, right? Because we need to talk about Bart. So Bart had about to give y'all a show.
Let me say this too. Now, I don't know whether they were on the boat or not when they made that call. They made it seem as though they were, right? But they did put the coordinates in and found that they weren't where they said they were. So the coordinates that they gave were like 3 miles off. So if you go back to that call, you'll see that the dispatch lady is a little confused because at the time she could see. You know what I mean? Like, so when they gave her coordinates, she kind of was like, if you go back to that call. But that's because it was like 3 miles off from where they actually were. So, yeah.
Listen, she used to tell us after dark. Listen, Bart entered the chat. And Bart's lawyers and his parents were like, you ain't, no. He's supposed to be playing in the NFL in a couple of years. They was sitting on ready. And they have said they're suing everybody that even mentions his name. But let's.
Yes, agency, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's why she asked them, and y'all on Horn Island? Because the coordinates that they gave just didn't add up. It didn't match. So it's so many holes and lies in these boys' story. It's crazy. They public with their lies too. That's what's retarded. Now Warren's dad is offering $50,000. So y'all know they over there playing with a whole bunch of money if they just ran. But first of all, listen, the whole situation is crazy. They offering $50,000 for more information. Baby, your son was on the boat. He has all the information. The fuck?
Let's talk about what Bart actually said, right? Bart said, and we got to be precise about this, right? Bart said that, hold on, there's an interview. Bart gives a different timeline than Warren does, right? And this is from a new interview with the Check Notes Wyoming Tribune Eagle. What is this mess? No, I do not want to subscribe. Oh, you bums. Hold on. Gotta hit this off my burner account. You don't have to read an article. They make you pay for it. No, I will not. Thank you very much. Hold on, y'all. Please pause while I pull up this article. I'll keep reading while the article is being pulled up. Okay, here we go. Not subscribing. Anyway, ba 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 da 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 da. Okay, so listen to what Bart says. Hundreds of Mississippi Gulf Coast residents journeyed out to Horn Island to celebrate the holiday on July 4th. Home from college, Bart Jr. was among them. Bart piloted his own boat to Horn Island and piloted his own boat home. When a nearby boat suffered a mechanical malfunction on the afternoon of 4th of July, Bart Jr. gave advice and directed aid to the distressed vessel.
I thought he said
As
he
part
wasn't
of this, Bart boarded the distressed vessel, removed its transom plug, got back onto his boat, and towed the distressed vessel for a short distance. These actions allowed water that had accumulated on the distressed vessel to drain. Now, pause right there, because I spy with my little eye. Where's the unity? Think about this, right? Warren kept saying, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. He never said Bart's name. He led us to believe that Wyatt was the one that unplugged it. But even then, I'm getting off topic. Let's talk about what we know, right? There is video. Do I have the video? No, that's not it. Anyway, there's the video of the 22nd seconds that was released to TMZ, proving that Bart's vessel was there to tow. Now, funny thing is, by Bart saying this timeline, now it's an alibi that explains why his name was said on the boat. Damn it, Bart. Because according to Bart, I was there to tow. Okay. We also hold Nolan's name. Or maybe we didn't hear Nolan's name. But this explains why they said, damn it, Bart. And why Bart was on the vessel. Because according to Bart, just hear me out, y'all. According to Bart, as part of his rendering of rescue, he boarded the distressed vessel, removed its transom plug, got back onto his boat, and towed the distressed vessel for a short distance. So now you have an alibi explaining why you were on the boat. Okay, but hear me out. When you were on the boat, removing the transom plug, right? That's your alibi for why somebody said, damn it, Bart. All right. But riddle me this. Let's go back to Wyatt. You're on the phone asking for a sea tow company. In that picture and the 22nd seconds that they released, you see who I assume is Wyatt sitting on the piloting the boat and on the phone. They're claiming that is the moment that they were on the phone with Sea Tow. How are you on the phone with Sea Tow asking to be towed? Bart just gave his alibi, right? Bart just gave his alibi for why we heard his name on the boat. He was unplugging something. So you on the boat calling for a tow. Bart is right there actually rendering an assistant, unplugging stuff and towing you. And your grandfather at the same damn time is on the phone with the sea tow company. saying, never mind, they don't need any help. Which is it? All can't be true, right? Now, since Bart got the biggest lawyers, we're going to let Bart's alibi fly for now. But Bart basically destroyed Warren and Wyatt's alibi. Because even though Bart might have been given assistance, Warren, Wyatt, why were you calling for assistance? Why Bart, we have it on video, is boarding your boat. We have the audio. Damn it, Bart. And providing assistance. And your grandfather is on the other line. Should I say it again? Telling the captain, yeah, don't worry about it. Is that why? Is that why? Also, there's another lie that was actually caught. And I need y'all to listen to this before we get into the rest of the article with PayDae and before we get into the rest of the article with Bart. There's another lie we got to get into. Oh my God. These people are crazy. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Is this Chrome or Safari? They trying to get me to pay for this article. I guess I will. Hold on. Why I'm pulling that up, listen to this. Because there's a clip where Warren claims it was actually Wyatt who was unplugging the plug. Bart just said that he unplugged the plug and he told it. But in the video, y'all don't gotta believe me. I'm gonna put this on the screen, okay? Hold on. Let me send this to myself. Please hold. And then we're gonna get back into the article because PayDae describes the island of Dr. Monroe or Lord of the Flies that she had to flee. And it sounds like Tristan, is that his name? Tracy, that boy had to flee too. Again, I think Tracy don't know what's going on. I don't think he's involved in a cover-up. I think he really thinks he's defending his friends, yada, 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 this, that, and the third. Where can I add this in? Hold on, y'all. Let me add in video. Let's see. We'll label this Warren caught in lie.
Some people think paint is paint. Well, it ain't. Paint ain't paint. That
Question mark, right? That's for the investigators to decide. But it sounds like he might have been caught into a lie. So where are we, my love? Here we go.
How did you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan? Because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not you, but how did you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan? Because I need to add some sound. Hold on. Did you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan? Because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on boat.
Yeah.
He did.
She gives more Prince than Michael Jackson. SD.
Listen to this, y'all. All right, now.
Wait, SD. I was thinking about being Prince for Halloween. I was thinking about being Purple Rain for Halloween. Let me stop playing with you, bro. Okay, let's go. I was gonna be a fine Prince though.
Let's go.
Did you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan? Because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down. And the motor trimmed down, my buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the weight to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off. The boat.
What's crazy is you can kind of hear all of that in the CETO call. So it's like they're admitting what was going on during the CETO call, but it's making it seem like we're imagining that they said, oh my God, is he dead? And saying Nolan's name. Like, what the fuck? He avoids all the questions asked. He shifts to talk about something else all the time. That's Warren's favorite thing to do.
Boat was running. So when you're playing golf and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou.
Do you hear what happened? Let me repeat what Bart said. Again, somebody's lying. And what Bart said, we have Warren on video saying a different story. Listen to this. Bart said this is from Bart's statement from his attorney. He piloted his own boat to Horn Island and piloted his own boat home. When a nearby boat suffered a mechanical malfunction on the afternoon of the 4th, that's why it's boat, Bart gave advice and direct aid to the distressed vessel. As part of this, Bart boarded the distressed vessel, removed its transom plug, the thing that Warren just said Wyatt did, removed this transom plug and removed this transom plug. Here we go. And got back onto his boat and towed the boat for a few miles until it was out of distress and until all the water was off the boat. Now we got Warren going back to Officer Django's interview. You kept saying that was Wyatt. And also, whenever the story kind of said, oh, my buddy, where you maybe could have been talking about Bart, you wouldn't mention Bart's name. You wouldn't mention.
I'm sorry to get off subject, y'all, but I want to say it was Smith's case, not Erving case. I don't know which one of them it is, but the one who went to the all-white house party, and he ends up with a bullet in his head. They told his parents that he unalived himself. So you want me to believe that this young black boy, 18 years old, goes to a party with all these white people and decides to unalive himself in front of them? Like, what? Then the police didn't even test his hands for gunpowder residue to even know if he had done it himself or not. Child, that's off subject, but pray for our kids. I'm out to hit play.
Bart's name, and then you told us that Wyatt was the one that unplugged it, even though Bart said that's the whole reason he came on the MFM boat, to unplug it. That's why we heard his name on the call where they said, damn it, Bart. And there's video of Wyatt sitting there on the phone. Why Bart is on the boat boarding, trying to unplug stuff. So what is going on? How could you mistake the two? Wyatt was sitting at the captain's thing, right? On top of that, hold on, there's more. On top of that, right? Well, there's more to the story, right? But the whole point is, Warren, are you lying? Are you misremembering? And if you would misremember that much, because Bart's explained why he was on the boat and what he did, you said it was Wyatt. And then you left out Bart's name when you said, and then we got towed a few miles. And remember how we all kept asking, first it seemed like we were led to believe, maybe by admission, that Cito was the one that told them. Then when Cito said, well, my name's Bennett and I ain't in it, we were like, who told you? And nobody came out and said, Bart told. It wasn't until Bart and that picture of the fake Katie, he said, it's not Katie, it's another girl. Okay, right? We don't even need to argue that. There's bigger things to argue, right? The truth will come to light. He says he's telling the truth. I hope for his sake he is, right? The whole point of the matter is Bart has now come out with an alternative narrative that contradicts everything you said in that statement. Did it not? Let's keep going.
And we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou.
We didn't just run into my buddy's grandfather's house. They're talking about Bart's house, I believe, in Fort Bayou. Are they not? Why can't you say his name? But it's the same way y'all didn't want to say Katie's name at first. When this first happened, y'all didn't want to say Katie's name. Is it because, one, is it the same thing as Katie? Bart didn't have nothing to do with it. He really was rendering aid. And you don't want to say his name because you were afraid he was going to come out and actually give a statement with an alternate story that blows yours apart? Or two, are y'all afraid of Bart and y'all don't want his name involved and y'all are protecting him? Now, Bart says they can't be protecting him because he's innocent. So then we have to go to option one, right? Because whatever's going on, Bart just destroyed your story, your interview. You literally got caught in a lie. And if you could make such a big mission mistaking Wyatt for Nolan, then what are we really doing? Are you a reliable witness? Is anybody a reliable witness? Let's keep going.
A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, like the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So
Wyatt could hop back in and put the plug in the boat. You guys, this new statement that Bart made, everybody's story falls apart. At least Wyatt and Warren's, as far as I see, but I could be wrong. We're about to get back into the Katie stuff and all the violence that was going on Harn Island from a verified news source. But until then, let me just finish reading Bart's statement because it calls things into question. Warren, get this. Well, let's let Warren finish what he's saying.
then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house.
Alan was there, and he still loves me so much. My name is Ashley.
His buddy's house is Bart's house. Why can't you say Bart's name? Again, is it because it's the same thing with Katie? If you say Bart's name, he was going to jump out and be like, no, that's not what happened. Same thing Katie did. Or are you protecting somebody? Are you protecting yourself? We'll see.
We ate and, napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so, we were all tired. And eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing like fireworks and stuff. So we all went over there to swim and, hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Well, they have said that picture is fake and it wasn't of that night. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I just know that we caught Warren in a bold-faced lie. And if you cannot tell the difference between Wyatt and Bart, then how can we trust you on what you say happened with Nolan? If you forgot that Bart was the one that unplugged the pump, unplugged the whatever. God, if you forgot all these names, if you forgot that Bart was the one that unplugged the thing, and Bart was the one that told you, and Bart was the one that plugged it in, and Bart.
So you still puts me in the mind of me a lot, just without the stuttering.
House is the one that you went over to. Then how can we believe anything you say about what happened to Nolan? I don't know. And how can I believe anything you say about when that picture was from? Especially when you acting like you can't even tell who's who and what's going on. Are you sure about that picture? But let's get into Bart Jr.'s thing. Bart believes that more than 20 passengers were spread across the two boats to witness these events. Others may have also witnessed from the water and shore. When Nolan's disappearance and death came to light, Bart freely and fully cooperated with law enforcement investigating the tragedy. He sat for interviews. He answered all the questions he was asked and shared all his recollection from July 4th. Bart also compiled a list of potential witnesses, including passengers on the boat he was piloting, to share with investigators. He gave more than 20 passengers that were spread across the two boats to witness these events. They also said Bart allowed his phone to be viewed and shared, requested photographs and videos from that day with law enforcement. He also permitted the inspection of his boat and his GPS device. He did all this without counsel, without requiring warrants, and without hesitation. Now, let me just say this, right? I'm not going to turn into Bart's defense counsel. I am saying that it is something that he did all this without any lawyers present, without any legal counsel, without requiring warrants, and without hesitation. Again, could mean nothing, could mean something. The point is, it actually happened. They said Bart Jr. has been an open book during the process. He, like so many in our community, really want to find out what thing. Here's the thing, y'all, right? At this point, everybody is open to question, right? Everybody. Nothing means anything. Listen, I don't know Bart. We'll see how this thing goes. I do not know Warren. I don't know Warren. I don't know Wyatt. I don't know Katie. But Nolan's family knows Katie. And Nolan's family trusts Katie. I don't know Trayston. But I do think that Trayston doesn't know what's going on. I don't think he should be listened to at all, either for yes or no. If anything, listen to him because the stories don't add up. And then, it's like you're repeating stuff that was told to you third party. So maybe their lies will come out because you don't even know what's going on. Because I do think that Trayston actually believes that all his friends are innocent, right? But anyway, let's get back into this. Bart, Warren, and I don't think Wyatt's actually come out and given a story. But at this point, Warren and Bart's stories don't match up. Somebody got to be lying. Somebody got to be lying. The only question is who. All right. So let's get back into Miss Katie. Okay. Let's get back. Oh, let me read these super chats. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Are y'all coaching me out? Hold on. Let's keep going. Let me just read these super chats really quick. Speedy 300, thank you so much for the super chat. The Wheels Truckin', what's up? Said, who is this additional mysterious person that got into a fight on the island that triggered this fight? Oh, but here's the thing. The Wheels be trucking. You got to hold on to the end of this bedtime story because guess what? The way they describe Horn Island, it sounds like Sodom and Gomorrah. There was violence erupting all over the fight. This was not a peaceful yay. There was violence erupting all over Horn Island, and people were fleeing. Remember what Katie's sister said? We're going to expand on that. Katie is only safe because
that's what makes this situation so crazy because everybody's coming out saying it was so much violence on Horn Island that day. It was so many altercations. It was so many fights. Everybody had to flee. Katie was only safe because my brother-in-law and somebody else went and picked up. All that being said, why would Nolan choose to stay? That alone should be strange in everybody's eyes. Off the rip. Did Katie delete her social media? From my knowledge, no. Recently, she responded because people were putting her together with Bart and all of that, but she came out saying, well, her friends, her black friends, came out in defense of her, and they posted pictures of Katie having parties over by her house and it being a whole bunch of black people there. Probably only seeing like a couple, white faces in there. So they were trying to prove the point that Katie is around black people all the time. Like that's like normally who she hangs around with, right? And so Katie wrote in the comment section of those pictures, like, yeah, y'all know what's up type shit.
It's my brother and his fiance. Because my brother and his fiance went and got her from Horn Island. And when she was leaving, she thought Nolan was leaving his friends because his friends were yelling. His friends were yelling, Nolan, get the F on the boat. Nolan, get the F on the boat. But yes, we'll get to that part of the bedtime story. Libby said, I find it funny that Trayston knew everybody in town's status. He said the Mexican family, he knew they were legal. He stands by them being a close-knit community. He doesn't know he's black. The funny thing is, I think Trayston is blocking stuff out. I'm not going to lie. And this is when Trayston's like, the black community doesn't uplift me. And I said, sir, what is your emergency? Like, if you submit a request to be uplifted, like, I did not know that you were having a problem. You said you said, like, what do you need from the black community? But see, Trayston, this is where it comes to being black. At the end of the day, slavery did a number, right? So I understand his archetype. And it saddens me that he is going to have a canon event in his life where these glasses, I don't even know if they're rose colored, but where his view of his place is made apparent to him and it's revealed. And it's going to be a canon event, and I hope it's a nonviolent canon event, but I actually do feel sorry for Trayston. I feel sorry for Tracy. I really do. And that's with something having 4 black grandparents. I understand your vein of denial. I understand where it came from. I understand why it exists. And I actually feel a lot of sympathy for him. You know, now he needs to sit the F down and get out the way and stop defending people because he's going to get himself caught up.
No sympathy.
But if he does, that's just stupid tax.
I said absolutely no sympathy for Tristan, okay? Or his fight to be uplifted by the Black community. Like, uplifted for what? Like, what are we talking about?
Because when everybody told you to sit down, you want to stand up. I think he needs to believe the lie more than anything. Because if the lie goes away, everything he knows and loves and everything, it all goes away. Again, it's going to be a canon event. And I hope he can rebuild himself after whatever canon event hits him. That's all I'm saying. So I have sympathy. And I think most Black people don't. See, Tracy, you said the Black community don't lift you up. On behalf of the Black community, as one of the internet delegates, we uplift you and we forgive you and we understand. Okay, but you need to sit down. Okay, maybe not forgive, but you need to, we understand, but please stop getting in the way because you're about to catch a stray. Just sit down. Anyway, right? But what's up, B182H4C said, it's possible that they created the boat sinking ordeal to lure him away from Katie and or the boat. That is also possible too. Again, I will stick by my instincts are telling me it looks like given, you know, based upon information and belief and based off the evidence we have in front of me, I am forced to conclude, I could be wrong, I don't know, but I'm forced to conclude that that call was an alibi. Because your grandfather saying nothing, Bart saying he was rendering aid, and you on the phone on Cito asking for help. Matter of fact, you said that there was no boat service on Hearn Island, and you're off the coast of Hearn Island on your boat. So, like, what's going on? Speedy, thank you so much for the super chat. And also, Mr. Denoa, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate y'all. All right, let's get back into the story. If you're just joining us, a few things are revealed. Katie was not just some girl, like they tried to say. It wasn't just a fling. It wasn't like whatever. Katie and Nolan were super, super tight. Nolan's family has come out. Nolan's family and the mouthpiece for the family, which is a deputy sheriff. Here is the deputy sheriff right there. Of course, her name is Kadriana McKinney. There she is right there. Beauty, right? She said, we all know and love Katie. Nobody, as far as my family, is blaming Katie. We all love her and the whole family. She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. My family is no vendetta out against her whatsoever. We love her. We think we're just trying to understand what happened. Now, again, Katie could be a sleeper agent. But I'm just saying right now what the family believes. And I think that nobody, when they were throwing Katie's name out, knew how tight Katie was with the family. And I think that the calls from Nolan's mom to Katie, and Katie was like, no.
She did do one, Louisiana lady. If you want to listen to it, I could pull it up because this Tisa Tales video is about to end. I actually watched her and two other readers. I'm trying to answer if she gave any valuable information. She did say that she thinks that Nolan kind of had a funny feeling about taking this trip with this group of friends, and that it had been some tension between their group of friends that possibly started weeks prior to this trip. She said that she did not believe that they were on the boat when they made that call. So we can I can pull it up. This one, let me see how long this one. I think this one is like really about to end. I don't think she really gives anything past this point. I'm gonna let it play until I pull up Quasita Dean. Okay. So hold on.
Oh, he said he was leaving with them. I think that's what woke her up and made her call the police immediately and say my son is missing because the stories weren't adding up. All right. Tony said, said, Tisa, a lot of content creators are going to run away now because of Bart's attorney. Please keep fighting for Nolan. Listen, this investigation and story goes on with or without Bart. If what Bart's saying is true, then okay, abracadabra, you're off the thing. But again, there is an investigation. Ben Crump is running an investigation. If everything Bart says is true, it's going to check out in the investigation. So at the end of the day, why? This investigation will go on and these questions will go on with or without Bart's name. I will say Bart's story directly conflicts with Warren. So who's lying? Bart says he's not. Warren, it's your turn. It's your turn, Warren. Come on. Y'all can make a new story. Bart has explained, oddly conveniently, but he has explained while he was on the boat and why we heard his name in the background, because he was unplugging. Y'all heard Warren just right here saying it was Wyatt that did that. So who's lying? Is Bart's family going to send a cease and desist to Warren's family? Because Warren's the one that said it was Wyatt. I don't know. Was there a second boat? A second plug? I'd like to know. Anyway, let's get into this. Okay. Warren's friends said they had to leave the festivities early because the boat was taking on water due to a problem, with the blige pump. The situation was dire enough that they called dispatch to ask for help getting the vessel safely back into the mainland. Y'all remember, hey, we're on the west tip of Horn and our blige pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? I want to get this boat unsank and towed back while you're being actively assisted by Bart and why your grandfather's on the other line saying no. I guess. Let's keep going. The boat eventually returned to where.
All right, y'all. So I have the Placida D reading pulled up. Let me stop sharing this one. Now, it's her and it's two other readers that I've been watching closely. I got time today. So if y'all want to watch the ones I've been watching and compare the similarities, because in readings, you just have to take what you can take and leave the rest. You know what I mean? Go with what feels right. But y'all let me know. So let me pull it. Okay. Yep. All right. Y'all make sure y'all let me know in the comment section. We can watch the other two readers as well. Now one of the first readers that posted something about Nolan, she brought up the cocaine. And she said that Nolan was worried that they were going to try to blame it all on that and him being careless, and that he was not being careless. So then there's that. All right. So here's Kusita Dean, though. Let's get into it.
Listen, when I get comments like, I almost twisted my ankle trying to get over here to see what you said about Nolan Wells, I knew I had to try to just see what I pick up on from a different perspective. I do want to go at this a little differently than what I usually will tap into it. Because honestly, I hear things constantly about this. So I want to start off by saying and declaring first, I feel a tremendous amount of sorrow for this family and for everything that is going on. I have been told energetically and etherically that the stage is being set as this case is going on. They're just almost in a scramble in a sense. And we're going to take a look at some things. I will say when this first popped up, when this first happened, when Nolan Wells was first murdered and the news story broke, I was angry because that's why I didn't take a look at it, because I thought to myself, again, like what the fuck? Like why is this happening? Why would he be out there with them? Why did he trust them like this? And I mean, it is what it is. And I get that. And I don't want to victim shame at all, because he trusted people. As a Melanin community, we are always very, very loving. We love freely. And sometimes it is to a fault. And then all of the different discourse.
SD, I listen to her from time to time. I listen to some readers, especially like when it's dealing with mysteries. And it's often just to watch like what ends up coming out, if they were close to what actually happened. You know what I mean? Like I just look for like, and like I might listen to three of them about the same person, and then it may be one thing that all of them mention. You know what I mean? So I might kind of be like, okay, all three of them said that. Like that's weird. So just to like pay a closer attention type deal. Yeah. So I listen to it from time to time. If she's talking about something or somebody, you know what I'm saying, that I'm interested in.
Videos came out about how Nolan Wells' mother is identical to Mamie Till, which is Emmett Till's mother, and it's uncanny. And I thought to myself, this is the character that they have assigned to her upon her return again. And I just thought, this is just terrible that her energetic soul has to relive this chaos once again. And it's terrible. So I do want to just take a look and read some things, because the way I'm going to do it today is I'm going to go to the TMZ website, and I'm just going to, because I was just looking at it, and like I said, a video came across yesterday, my Facebook.
Okay, I'm gonna get to where she
really reminded me where they come and they get that lady's baby and hear the name Zach, right? And so I don't know why I kept hearing the name Zach, but I did keep hearing the name Zach every time I took a look at this damn case. And
I'm trying to get to the point where she really get into the reading, y'all. Salute to Southern Gal and anybody else that came in the chat.
I'm going to read you just two things that somebody sent. Two different people sent me two different things as we get into this and get started. So just bear with me, and we're going to get into it, y'all. We're going to get into it. Oh, child, that door. It gets me every time. I got to find it. Hold on, I'm scrolling through. I'm just looking for the comment.
Let me fast forward some more.
Chanel Taylor House Publishing is doing a video about that right now and showing the roster. This person drowned. It was like I could feel myself in this water. And then I saw a girl laid out almost like on her side, rubbing her stomach like she was pregnant. So I don't know if all of that is connected to that, but Zachary or Zach could still have some sort of meaning to Nolan Wells. Okay, I just wanted to go through and say that. But that also made sense to me. So now to go back to where I was that led me on this. So this is where I'm going to start. TMZ posted and said Nolan Wells' evidence shows he was on island when friend's boat left. Now there is a recording where they're saying, and if you would look for it for me and see if you can find it, send it to me real quick, or just pull it up. So there's a recording of these young men, these boys, these savages on the boat making this phone call. And so I'm going to read you some of what TMZ have here. It said evidence apparently shows Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island when his friend's boat left, TMZ learned. Sources with direct knowledge of the investigation claims authorities have evidence of Nolan being on the Mississippi Barrier Island after the boat departed on the 4th of July, which would be a huge development. We're told at least two witnesses, at least two, we're sure they weren't paid at all, were interviewed by law enforcement, say they saw Nolan on the island after the boat headed to the mainland. That's significant for many reasons. I'm sure it is, right? TMZ enhanced the audio of Nolan's friends frantic. Keep that in mind. That is so important. Nolan's friends' frantic call for help when the boat was sinking. And people believe you can hear someone saying, "Is he dead?" But our sources tell us people on the boat have heard the enhanced audio and are telling people around the audio is only panic from the boat sinking. So I'm going to stop there. You found it? I'm going to stop that right there. I'm getting so dizzy. Did she share that? Is that the video that she just sent? Okay. Let's see. Here it is.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. What's a shame? TikTok trying to.
Oh no, that's that video. Okay. You got it? Okay. Oh, you sent it. Let's see.
So we have a cleaned up version of the emergency tow call from the 4th of July.
And I don't want to just play shit without acknowledging it's Dwight Thomas on TikTok. It's where the
version of the.
We done heard the phone call enough.
I don't hear frantic. I don't hear frantic. Y'all hear? Did y'all hear frantic? Frantic was not in the part of, yeah, we need, our boat is sinking. That was not frantic. Did that sound frantic to y'all? Because I didn't hear frantic. Now, I did hear, "Is he dead?" and all of that. I heard that in the background. I did hear that. That's what I heard. And the transcript looked like it matched it to me.
After the gym, after work runs late, after just one more game.
So, all things that I say this evening is alleged. I have no proof of the things that I am going to say. I'm not sure.
Okay, y'all. She about to get into the reading now.
Any of it.
Like
I'm not sure of the accuracy, but what I am going to do is just give you what was given to me by the soul and the spirit and the ancestors, and I will also give you what is currently being given to me by the soul and the spirit and the ancestors. They are setting the stage here. Like I said, I was on TikTok with Toddy a couple weeks ago. And I said, what I feel like is that there was a fight before all of this came out. I said, I feel like there was a fight. And some of you probably was on that TikTok. And I said, I feel like they were trying to break it up. And somebody was super, you know how they do, superhero, and came and got him from the back and put him in a chokehold. What I saw would look like a wrestling match move, where you put somebody in a choker like this, and then your legs are wrapped around. It's the way I saw it, right? Okay. So now that's what I kept feeling, right? Soul and spirit told me that he really had some thoughts of not even going to wherever the fuck they were going. He almost wanted to not go because.
You right there? He didn't want to go. Now, in my opinion, I think he went for Katie. Okay. I think he knew Katie was gonna be on Horn Island and he wanted to hook up, and you know what I'm saying? It's the 4th of July. Go hang out, chill with Katie. I think that's why he ultimately ended up getting on that boat.
There was something that had taken place like 2 weeks prior to that. Oh, I just saw something right here. Something had took place 2 weeks prior to him going on this trip. There was some sort of discrepancy or some sort of argument with someone. I keep being told football. I don't know if he played or if one of them played or who played or whatever the fuck, but I keep being told that. Now, there was some sort of discrepancy, right? I keep being told that like 2 weeks prior to, okay? And I also feel like in here that there were plenty of witnesses to that. Now, I don't mean that there was a physical altercation. I feel like there was like an argument and kind of beef going on, right? Between him and someone else. And again, I'm hearing the name Zach. I don't know if Zach is first, middle, last name to someone or where that comes in at. But this has.
Now, during this investigation, we haven't heard anything about a person named Zach. But keep in mind, that could be somebody's middle name. That could be a name that they often go by, but it's not their real name. Or maybe she just off. Let's just see.
Has a lot to do with everything. Jealousy, and again, I want to say football has something to do with football. Has something to do with females. This feels like a constant bickering or back and forth.
318 made. Stop it. Be nice. Be nice. Okay. She giving us what she can give us.
I don't know. I'm also needing to acknowledge a name like Sean. Now, Sean, the name Sean, I don't think I've not heard the name Sean either.
Oh shit. What's Sean G? Let me find out he was on the goddamn boat.
Being mentioned in this, and again, that doesn't mean that person was with them on this boat. I feel like we're talking about something about the friend group or someone that he may know or someone named Sean that would be connected to this discrepancy outside of this trip. Okay.
Anything is possible on Cloud9. Upgrade your combo or 32-ounce drink to a Cloud.
That was a cute little Raising Cane's cup, though. I'm gonna have to go get me one.
This is something that, like I said, 2 weeks, but honestly, I keep feeling like this has been a build up for like 2 years. Like, I keep wanting to say something about senior year or something.
Louisiana lady,
and then like a following year before that. Or
shut up, Louisiana lady. Y'all try to follow the reading, please. Now, she's saying that it may have been a build-up. Maybe it had been going on longer than 2 weeks prior to this situation. Okay. Now her cash app is cake baked. Okay.
Or something. Almost like this has been something that's been a build-up for a year and a half or something, and then breaking it down to 2 weeks before. There also may have been someone that would have been acknowledged in knowing this discrepancy or something, Brian Heigelman or Hegelman or Brian, and then I hear the H name like Heigelman or something or Heidelman, like that may be someone's name at the school or something. I do not know, but I'm just gonna say it and give it. I really feel like this is about jealousy, okay? Because I feel like he was good at a lot of things. No matter what he did, I feel like whether that's wrestling or football or like athletics is what I keep wanting to say. I feel like there's a lot of girls that liked him. And again, this stems from something from like the year before that has something to do with a blonde-headed girl. I feel like she's very easy, like someone that's very easy, like, I don't know, like, if you want it, you can get it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like this girl just kind of had a thing for him or something, although she may have been attached to someone else. But I don't feel like it was nothing too big. I just feel like somebody like don't like him talking to her, didn't want him like acknowledging her. And I feel like it wasn't even for real like that. Now, I do feel like she was trying to throw him the pussy or whatever, but I just feel like it was not maybe like that on his end. But I keep feeling like there is a jealousy here. Also, let me state this too, because before I started the live, they told me the boy that's going and did the interview that was talking about having to miss Nolan's funeral and he will be missed. I feel like he was chosen as the spokesperson. That's what I was being told by the ether, that
now that we can agree to. We have all been saying that Tristan is the distraction. He was the token mixed person to go out there and appease to the black people. So we do agree on that one.
Young man was the spokesperson. He was chosen to speak. And again, I feel like it's still all fraudulent. Because why I say that? Because I feel like they still know that person who's doing the interview still knows and still is aware of everything that has taken place. There is approximately, and I really want to say, within this dynamic of police officers, parents, and all of that, students, people, there's about 20 people that know what happened to Nolan Wells, and nobody's speaking on it. This is
not with it today. Nothing happened. We just watching Quisita's Dean reading on Nolan Wells. Hey, there your ads are bullying the content. I know you lying. They saying y'all up with the ads. I'm sorry.
A massive cover up. Now, I did see somebody put that, oh, this happened a long time ago, and they're using this as a distraction. I don't know. Be that as it may, I'm just going to take a look at it and give what it is, you know. Somebody also has red hair. I almost want to say it stems from him. there's somebody that has like a reddish tint hair, could be like reddish blonde look.
Now, when she said this, it gave to me Bort. If y'all ever seen his pictures, he's not a redhead, but he kind of like what you call it, like a strawberry blonde. You know, like, so it was giving Bort vibes, but I could be tripping.
But he would have that kind of hair. I want to say kind of this stems from him. And when I say stems, I feel like he may be the antagonizer of the situation.
I'm thinking that's Bort, y'all.
Not even necessarily like the culprit, but the antagonizer. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Nolan will speak his piece, but I feel like it wasn't aggressive. And so I feel like just by the little things that were being said, got under this person's skin because this person already felt like the jealousy. Let me explain. Because it feels like, you know how some people that are jealous feel like, oh, I can't be great because you're here. If you weren't here, like the status or the clout that you're getting, would go to me. And that's kind of how it feels.
Hey, Jordan, y'all getting bullied by my ads, and I'm over here getting bullied by Chrissy Dean ads.
If I'm being honest, I really feel like there was a fight, and I feel like somebody is being kept out of the public eye or something because of a bruise. And so I feel like a lot of fingers were being pointed, a lot of things.
I think it's so strange that we have not seen Wyatt throughout all of this. Wyatt, everything happened on your boat. It's supposed to be Wyatt on the CISO call. It's supposed to be Wyatt's grandfather that called and said that don't worry about it, they don't need no help. But we have not seen Wyatt, heard from Wyatt. Wyatt has not said nothing. Now, Will is a mystery as well. Will's name was said in the CISO recording, right? But we don't know who Will is either. So I don't know. Are they being kept from the public eye because one of them have a black eye? I don't know. Salute to Louisiana lady for the $4.99 super sticker or super chat that says great content. Thank you. I think they hiding as well. And where's his brother? Yeah, where's Warren's little brother? We haven't, Warren's little brother supposedly had a fight. We have not seen Wyatt. Wyatt, it was your boat. And he has said absolutely nothing. The grandfather plays a key role in all this. Yes, I'm convinced that when they was making all those trips to Fort Bayou back and forth, were they picking somebody up or dropping something off? Like, what was going on? Did the grandfather then get on the boat with them and then go back to the original loading dock? Like, listen. Katie still ain't talking. She ain't talking, but she said a couple things. You know what I'm saying? She spoke to her sister. She spoke to her mom. I seen her in the comment section with her black friends. She's talked to Nolan Wells' parents. So I won't say she's completely silent. You know what I mean? Wyatt is completely silent. We have not heard anything from Wyatt. We have heard from Katie. You know what I mean? So, yeah. All right. First play.
Things were happening because they were keeping someone out of the public eye or something, or attempting to, because of a bruise. Like I said on TikTok, there were phone calls that had been made. And the phone call that was made that we just heard, that was like, oh, the boat is sinking, was a phone call that was told to be made by a female parent of some authority. There was a phone call made to that person, and there was
now right here, I think she's talking about that judge. Okay? I'm thinking the judge.
Was a line established. I feel like there was time in between this as well. And it could be anywhere from 45 minutes to 3 hours of delay of even calling or getting the situation together and planned out. Yeah, that phone call was planned out. That was a phone call. You know what's so crazy? Let me tell you something. I don't even feel like they were on the boat when they made that call. That's what's confusing to me, because I don't even feel like they're on a boat when they make this phone call. And I feel like that's why the details or something were off, or out of alignment with the phone call. Because I feel like they're not even on a boat when this phone call is being made, saying that their boat is sinking. I don't feel like that. I feel like there is a woman, one of their parents, female, allegedly, told them to make this phone call. I do not feel like they're necessarily on a boat when this is being called in, for whatever reason.
What's up, Zoo?
I feel like, again, there were words being exchanged, but this does not feel like an argument to me at first. It feels like just shit talking. And they're lying. This took place at this started off in a kitchen or something at somebody's house at a party or something. This is like, there are people around here. There are a lot of people, and they're in the kitchen. I almost feel like you can walk in this kitchen, like there's double doors here or something, to the outside. This is where this started. This is where this was, because I feel like somebody has a hat turned backwards, and I feel like that's the person he's talking to.
Yeah, I guess so. It's I won't say spirits talking, but it's an energetic reading. So I guess you can say that they kept his body at someone's house. I do believe the body was kept and put out there 2 days later. Think about, and then with that being said, think about how much time they had to get this shit together to be able to thwart this investigation and everything that we're finding out. They had 2 days to scramble and try to fix this shit and jump ahead. The world was 2 days late. They had 2 days to pay who they needed to pay. They had 2 days to lawyer up. They had 2 days to delete all their social media. Like they did so much in those 2 goddamn days. Okay.
The hat is backwards because they're going back and forth, and it's something about Nolan said, "Because you a bitch," or something like that. And I hear all of the guys like, "Oh," like they're egging this on or whatever, and this guy is getting pissed off, but he has a hat that's turned backwards. His hair kind of looks. Kind of looks like the guy that's doing the interview, his hair. It almost feels like kind of like capping, you know? And he says something about because you're a bitch or something to this extent. And they're going back and forth, but I feel like I don't think Nolan thinks that this is this serious. I keep feeling like there are 2 to 3 girls in bikinis as well. One of them her hair looks wet. She's kind of short. She's not like a brunette, but I guess, I don't know what is that, like not even what is that? Like it looks blonde, but it's not blonde. I don't know what the fuck it is. What is that, like dishwater, what they call it, like dishwater blonde or something. And it's like her hair is like pushed back like she just got wet or out of a pool or something. And she's not really cute. She's not really.
Oh, Man Max, thank you. Salute to Man Max for that super chat. It says, thanks for spreading awareness. PayDae salute. Justice for Nolan. Thank you.
Really cute. I don't know if her name is like Jamie. I don't know what the fuck her name is. I keep hearing Jamie, so I don't know. But she's probably like 5'4". Not really physically fit, but she's not fat, but it's, you know, you can like maybe pinch the stomach or something. That's the main one that stands out to me. I hear him saying something about she was giving somebody else the address or something to invite more people, or somebody else was gonna come over or pull up or something. I feel like this is like whomever she's giving the address to or whatever this is. And again, this is all alleged, okay? This is all alleged, okay? I have no idea, okay? But this is like either for like weed or shrooms or something.
Could you say no to this? Neither will your kids.
Maybe it was the coke. I don't know.
You ready?
Maybe it was the coke, y'all. I don't know. Are they trying to get a delivery?
I feel like Nolan was rushed. Like, you know how somebody like a football rush, like, rah! and rush, like slam into, and I feel like they're fighting. Like the guy head looked like he rushed into him like this, and I feel like it's fighting. And now everybody is like, what the fuck is going on? This isn't just a single fight though, because there's a fight allegedly. I don't know. I could be off and I could be wrong, but there's a fight. But the fight is being broken up. I feel like it's like, what the fuck is going on? What are y'all doing? I keep feeling like there is actually an adult there as well. Like when I say adult, I mean over 18, like over, I almost want to say like over 21 is there. I feel like the fight is being broken up, but they, like, the person is still wanting to fight. But this is the one thing I keep wanting to say. This shit is boggling my mind because I feel like, I don't know, bitch. This feels like when this energy kicked in, it almost feels like, oh man, it just seemed, I don't know, bitch. It seemed like all of these motherfuckers became like triggered or whatever. I don't know. This is just crazy because I just feel like these motherfuckers like turned on him. But and I hear you, I understand. Not every one of them, but it's like 3 or 4 of them turned on him or something. Also, I'm going to say it because I keep hearing big dick energy. It's the words I keep hearing, big dick energy. And so I don't know if it was like also something that was said, like, even when I'm in the pool or even when I'm wet, my dick is still bigger than your dick. Something, because they're like I said.
Lord, I guess it's certain stuff we shouldn't know about, because if that was the conversation, baby, wait, not even when my dick wet, my shit still bigger. So basically, they were having a sword fight, or were these white boys trying to compare their dick to Nolan's dick? Like, what's going on now? Like, what? I don't know if I'm following what's he. Hey, I'm blessed. Salute. Shut up, Louisiana lady. Just hush. Like, I'm trying to hear out now. Cause
They're playing like they're capping her. She was supposed to be, but I feel like this shit went all the way because of already things that were already taking place and in alignment here.
Basically, Louisiana
now,
lady.
again, like I said, I feel like this took place in a kitchen or like by an island. Like I feel like if you come through the 2 double doors,
Lord, she done brought in another island. Maybe it wasn't Horn Island, it was the island in the kitchen, child.
The glass doors here that goes open up to like the backyard or to a pool or something, and you come in, I feel like there's like maybe a table or something, and then an island, and then it looks like on this side is where like the stove and shit, and it comes around like this is a big house. Because this is either a stove or a sink here, and I feel like maybe the refrigerator's on that side, across on the other side of this island. Why am I saying that, and why is that important? Because I feel like Nolan's head hit this island.
So did he fall back in the back of his head, hit the island in the kitchen? Is that what she's telling us? Is that where the subcutaneous muscle damage in the back of Nolan's head came from?
And I keep hearing, yeah, nigga, yeah, nigga, Yeah, nigga. That's not coming from Nolan. That is coming from one or two of these genome boys. I keep seeing kicks because, like I said, this is not just a single fight. Doesn't seem like a single fight to me. This feels like a fight that took place, a breakup.
Cascade Complete has the power of Dawn to remove greasy residue, leaving nothing.
Look at SD down there.
A breaking up of the fight, and then it's something about the person coming to drop off or like sell the weed or something to them, or excuse me, confirmation, or shrooms or whatever the fuck, or both, or whatever that is, because I feel like this kept going. Like this is like, it's like they became triggered and like they turned on him. And I feel like he's fighting for his life because I feel like now the second fight has broken out. But I feel like he hit his head like on this island. And I feel like he's being kicked or something. Like his body was fucked up. And I feel like, see, I don't pay attention to this case. They found him in the water. Did they put him in the water? They found him in the water because his body is fucked up. And I feel like they put him in the water. Right? But yes, they found him in the water. But let me tell you why I feel like this was a necessary move, because I feel like his body was extremely fucked up. I feel like his body was fucked up. And I feel like they put him in the water so it seemed like the water did damage, okay? I keep wanting to say, I should say, I almost wondered if he was still like not dead when they put him in this water. Because I'm wondering if that's who I kept having the vision of. I'm like, I'm on my back sinking, and it's not like I'm fighting, trying to get out the water. I am like this, going down, and I see somebody standing on, to me, it looks like a dock, if you would, you know what I mean? Like the little wooden docks you can walk down the long strip. It looked like somebody is standing at the edge of a dock, like watching this.
Was that Bort's infamous, nicely built dock? Because y'all remember Bort. Mm-hmm.
Three phone calls were made. They have kicked into gear. They have called in favors. They have silenced some of these girls. What I keep hearing is, are you willing to ruin this kid's career behind this?
Hey, Candace Week.
Like his life. Are you willing to ruin his life behind one person? Like one thug, or, you know, like they're trying to paint him out as something else within this, them calling in favors. Because this also has something to do with phone records and like taking things off of phone records or something, or clearing like something. Maybe that's the social media that I saw that they had cleared, but it could be deeper than that, because I feel like they cleared stuff, they deleted stuff off of records or something.
Zevo is 5 times more attractive to flies.
Like I keep hearing they called in there, they called the coach as well. They looked at disciplinary records, trying to make it seem like, trying to see if he was a problem. And can we say that he had did that? Like, has he ever displayed anything? Because they were going to just go with that he drowned. Like they had, I feel like, if I'm being quite honest, what I keep hearing is there's 8 different stories that were spent here. 8 different stories, 8 different narratives. Like I keep hearing something about he fell off the boat. Of course, the one about him being left behind. He was never with us after a certain period. He wasn't with us. He got in a car with someone. Again, I keep hearing the name Sean. It's important to know that they moved his body 3 times. So I hear it's important to know that they moved his body 3 times.
I most definitely think the body was moved a few times. So I can agree with her on that one. Like, I think it was moved at least twice, but I could see 3 for sure. In a 2-day period, yes.
I don't think he was dead. I think they thought he was dead. Because I'm being told shallow breathing. And I also hear somebody say, we're going to take you to the hospital. There is a movie called American X.
I can see that happening as well. Them not realizing that he may have still been alive for a period of time. We got to keep in mind that they were extra fucked up. They sounded drunk and high. So if you call your parents, I'm thinking like them. They call their parents like, yeah, I think, Nolan is dead on this damn boat. You know what I'm saying? They may have been too high or too drunk to really check for the shallow breathing and everything else. You know what I mean? And so they may have went a period of time of thinking he was dead and he was still alive. So I can kind of see that too.
In the movie, the racist boy, he put the young black boy's face on a curb and then stomped the back of his head. Now, it's not that, but I feel like Nolan is being kicked, and I feel like his face or his head has hit this island or something, because I feel like he's still being kicked or something. That's after the boy was choking him, because he was not dead. He had been choked. His body is fucked up.
I'm wondering, I don't know if I can go with the theory of his body being fucked up unless it was fucked up internally and not externally. I'm saying that because, the family has seen the body. They obviously had a funeral. I don't know if the funeral was open casket or not, but I would think that if his body was that messed up that they would be able to see it unless it's not the for me. Oh, it's not he for me. I don't know what that means. I'm not with it today. But yeah. Let's see what else she got to say.
Like I feel like he had broken ribs. Like 2 to 3 broken ribs. I feel like that. I also keep hearing something about the femur. I don't think it's broken. I feel like it's bruised. Or may have a crack in it or something. Femur. I feel like the damage is to his face or something.
Wouldn't the family
his
have
body
seen
is
that
fucked
though?
up. I feel like there's a lot of broken. But
like, wouldn't the body have seen that? Like, I mean, the family had seen it. Like when they saw his body. Like, yeah, nah, I can't go with that one.
Bones or something, dislocated shoulder. They're not being honest. I believe they had talked to a coroner or medical examiner. I actually feel like there's 2. And again, I don't know. Alleged, okay. They also have people feeding stories to the press to muddy the water.
Now, I do believe that.
I keep hearing something about a bracelet. Now, not like a bracelet like this, but like sometimes how guys wear the little string, like twisty tie type bracelet. Like I keep hearing something about the bracelet.
She's talking about like that leather braided bracelet that a lot of guys wear.
But it's like a string, and it could be blue and white or red and white or a multicolor, okay? I almost feel like a couple of them had that, or wore that or some shit, okay? I don't know, y'all. I could be off. I'm just giving you what I pick up on. I don't know. I could be off. I'm just gonna tell you what I get, okay? I feel like the biggest thing is what they were wanting to hide or tried to hide is something about his jaw being dislocated. And I feel like that's the biggest thing or whatever. But I feel like that's why they also tried to, not the sole reason to put him in the water, but I feel like the water, by the time they find him, like the water will have done damage. You won't be able to tell. You could say that, he, whatever.
There's something else though. Maybe they thought that the bruises and stuff came from him being in the water and waves and his body crashing up against things. I don't know.
Could be, hit by a boat or whatever. Like they were spinning a lot of narratives in their mind trying to put this together and figure this out. I don't know if he's saying Sean or John, but
You don't know if who's saying it, Nolan, the spirit, or who? What? Who?
Two of them were crying when they had to put him in the water. These, like, there were adults, like two fathers or something showed up and put this young man in the water with them. And there's two of them that are crying.
Now, this part, I believe. I do feel like when it came to putting that body back in the water, some parents was involved. Probably Wyatt's dad, because keep in mind this happened on Wyatt's boat. So Wyatt's dad and maybe Warren's dad. Now Warren's dad is the one who came out offering the $50,000. He's doing his own private investigation now. Warren was the only one who didn't take the it wasn't a polygraph test, but whatever Officer Tatum said it was, he ain't even know himself. But I definitely think parents were involved when it came to putting that water in their body 2 days later. So I kind of think that she's onto something right there.
John. I think somebody else is John, but I feel like that may be an adult or somebody like like an adult or something. John or Jimmy, Jim, John, Jim.
I'm gonna try to Google Warren's dad's name. I don't know why it's last name, but I wonder what Warren's dad's name is. But okay, she said John. Now we do know Jerry. Now Jerry is Wyatt's grandfather. Jerry was the one, Jerry Ackerson. He's the membership holder. As a matter of fact, it may have not been Wyatt's dad's boat. I think it was Wyatt's grandfather's boat, which is Jerry Ackerson. So, Jerry could be maybe the name she's trying to think of. I'm gonna go back a little
like
bit.
That. I think somebody else is John, but I feel like they may be an adult or somebody like like an adult or something. John or Jimmy, Jim, John.
It was 2 days later. Now we did. He went missing July the 4th. They found his body July 7th.
Jim, Jimmy, something like that. But I feel like the two adults that showed up, the males, did not put the body in the water. I feel like they made the boys put the body in the water. And I feel like they have made plans for these children to be separated. Like, say if they're going to college or something, I feel like you have to go here and you're going to go over here or something. Like, they're not wanting them to be communicating like that for some reason. Although I feel like they're sticking as a unit, but it's like,
I can see that also. Now, like I said, in this reading and in any reading, you got to take, parts that make sense out of it. Leave what don't. But I could see the parents deciding, like, okay, everybody needs to go to separate colleges. We need to separate the boys, like, because I could see them trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug and like push it to the side, take their money, pay off who they need to pay off, and then send these boys off to college where they're not like communicating. Because guess what? If they're communicating, then they're probably gonna revisit the situation. Versus if they're not communicating, then they're not gonna be talking about this because they're not communicating at all. You know what I mean? So I could kind of see that decision being made. PayDae, you just agreeing with anything she say here? No, I'm not. Like, what I'm saying don't make sense to you, SD. And I did put the link down there, so if anybody want to hit the link, y'all can, for sure. I'm just taking what makes sense. The shit that don't make sense, all I can do is leave it. But I can see the parents making a decision like, yeah, let's separate them all, send them all to different schools and some more shit. Because like I said, as long as these boys are in communication, then they're gonna communicate about this. I don't care They may not talk about it for a little while, but some kind of way they're going to revisit this situation, this conversation. But if you're not in contact and everybody's gone off to different schools, then there's less communication and y'all probably won't be revisiting this situation. You can hit the link, SD. I'm chilling. I ain't doing shit. We chilling over here. It ain't no pressure.
You're gonna go here, like you're going up north to like New Hampshire, or you're going up here. You're gonna spend the rest of the summer in the Hamptons or whatever the fuck. It feels like they're trying to spin a narrative but separate them at the same time. Like my stomach feels sick. I don't know if he was also bloated with water.
Let me light my blunt for SD hit this goddamn link because I already know they're gonna end up telling on themselves. They are. And then Tristan kind of made mention to it when he had his interview, because he said something, and in my opinion, it kind of struck me as weird. He was saying that all his friends, was like hitting him up hysterical. Like, yeah, y'all know what the hell y'all did and what y'all covered up. Keep in mind, Tristan wasn't there. Okay? So, yeah.
Something, my stomach feels so sick. I just hear a lot of names. I keep hearing Casey or Cassie, Casey.
Katie, maybe?
Shauna and Debbie.
That's another reason why I sometimes watch the readings, just to hear names that we haven't heard, just to see if those names end up coming about. Because we haven't heard Debbie or Sean or anything like that. So, I try to keep my eyes open to, all right, let's see if somebody named Deborah, you know what I'm saying, ends up relevant in this situation, or somebody named Shauna. So
I feel like, to Nolan's face, like some of these parents really liked him. He's a good one. He's one of the good ones. But I feel like it's also like, yeah, watch that boy. Like, I feel like there were shit talking. Like, this is the parents' fault. I feel like this is like one of the male parents' fault and a female parent fault, because I feel like they were making their child feel less than, as if Nolan was showing them up. Like I said, this has been a stemming problem for a year and a half or 2 years or so. But up until 2 weeks prior to this trip happening, I feel like there was some sort of rivalry or beef going on that goes deep, very deep. But this is a lot of jealousy, and I blame the parents for this. So there's a mark. There's some kind of marking or something, or scratch, tear, bruise, or something they were trying to keep out of the public eye, which is why I feel like the spokesperson chose someone to speak out. Sean or John, I don't know. I need to acknowledge the number 13. I don't know what that is or what that means, but the number 13. I also keep hearing the racial slur but it's not being said like they're trying to say it like in a derogatory way. I feel like one, he overheard somebody say something that was like, you know how they do, they laugh as if it's a joke, but it's not funny. But I feel like he let some things go. I don't know why I keep hearing Sean or John, but he let some things go, and then it's like, I don't know, like they think they can say like, yeah, that's my nigga, or whatever. But I feel like it's only being used in front of certain people. Him being included, like I feel like it's being said, but it's like you know, I feel like somebody pulled him to the side during this trip and was talking to him like, you know, it's not like that, you know, like we're all friends here. Like it feels like something like that. Like he's being gaslit like a motherfucker. I feel like Nolan did not have a issue with talking to females or getting attention or just being himself. I also keep wanting to say academically solid or something, although I feel like there may have been some things he could have done differently or better in or something, but I feel like academically solid. Like I feel like really kind of well-rounded, but I feel like maybe it's his environment or where he grew up to where like his friend group is just genomes because of where he grew up or whatever school he's gone to or neighborhood. This hurts so fucking bad. I keep trying to go around it. That hurt bad as fuck. I think that's from like him being choked. That hurts. I feel like, again, there was a conversation within the 2 weeks or upon this trip or in this house, because I keep hearing somebody say, but did you fuck her though? Like, no, for real, you can tell me, did you fuck her? Like, I keep hearing that. And I feel like he's laughing like, no, I didn't. Like, so I feel like this is like,
Payday. Got us up here looking at this damn witch.
Hey, SB. Oh,
Hey.
no. What text that 13 say? Oh Lord, not her. Is she clout chasing Nolan Wells? Keep her from Nolan. This is her Nolan Wells reading. Texas 713. What's up, SD?
So at least 713 understand what I'm. So this some bullshit, and I've been really sitting here listening to this shit, and I'm just like, she'll get quiet and start conjuring up shit, and this shit is weird. Man, like, what is this?
Bro, I gotta add that damn clip when she got slapped by one of the steers, bro. It was so funny. She said, "What the fuck was that?"
What? Like, so some imaginary motherfucker slapped her?
Yes. She was sitting there and she was talking, and then her face just flew back like she got slapped, and she was like, What the fuck was that? And she basically said it was one of the steers.
Man, hell no. Yeah, this lady here. Man, I'm looking at her. I'm reading her whole goddamn body language and all that. She just look like she fucking crazy. Damn nut. Shit.
Why you gotta do it like that, Izzy? Is
I
it
don't.
because you just don't believe in readers, period? Or like, what is it?
No, it ain't that. I know some readers do have the power to read and things like that. But her, I just think she's full of shit. That's it.
Is it because of the whole Mo3 situation, though? Yes, Tennessee girl. I gotta add that clip to my channel, bro. It was funny.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, sort of, yeah.
Okay. Now she did go off the beaten path at one point in time. but she's been better. Now, see, before Mo3, she was doing pretty good. Then she had this Mo3 episode, and then she had all this other stuff that followed. But then she got back on, her path.
I mean, regardless of it, if they got the power to do it or not, here, the motherfuckers, they still out evil. If you ask me, shit, here, I don't. Yeah, I mean, just look at the lady. Look at her when she stopped. Like, what are you listening to? Like, what is it? What's going on? Like, she getting shown visions or something?
She was listening to spirit.
Man, shit.
She said spirit told her. It's a couple of readers that I've been listening to though, just to see like if they say around or about the same thing. And I'm not gonna lie now. The only things that stay the same is that it was some type of tension between the friend group, and that like it was one of the males that was trying to like be dominant over Nolan. The whole coke allegations came up with one of them, and she was the first one to say it even before the friend said it. Now I'm gonna tell you about her reading. What she said was, she was like that basically Nolan was telling her that his friends was gonna try to blame it on this drug and him being careless, but he wasn't being careless. And it did happen. The friends did, or Officer Tatum did try to say, oh, it was because of cocaine that this happened to Nolan. So, I take some and leave some.
Wait a minute. She said Nolan told her that?
Yes, when she was doing his energetic reading.
Man, that's it.
Nolan.
Nolan.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because you were religious. I'm gonna take Pussy the Ding down. I'm gonna leave her out. So okay, let me ask you this, because
Wait, hold up, I gotta reload because some reason when you took it down, I can't hear. Wait a minute, I know what I could do. Wait, hold up.
Okay.
Let me see if this will work. Hey, PayDae.
You can hear me?
Nah, still. Let me reload.
All right, he coming right back up, y'all. I got some questions to ask him. 713, you can hit the link too if you want to. I know you always be you ain't a fan of Pussy the Dean and her work either.
All right, hello?
Yeah, okay, we got
Yeah.
to the building. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second, then I'm gonna ask you the question. Hold on, let me pour me something to drink right quick.
All right. Tennessee girl, right? Slapped by a spirit. Like, what the? I hope she do bring up that clip. I want to see this shit. Well, she imaginary get slapped. Talking about what was that? I got slapped by the spirit. What? Boy, I tell you, boy, you got some nuts out here. That's what you got. Nuts. Shit. Ain't no way in here. Man, French toast tastes so motherfucking good. Oh, Lord.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, so some can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You hear me?
Yeah, some religious people who study the Bible, read the Bible, believe in the Bible, feel like when they're talking to these spirits that they're actually talking to demons, because our ancestors that move on to the spiritual realm don't actually communicate with us. So do you believe that when they're talking to these people's ancestors, that it's not ancestors, that it's actually demons?
Yeah, hell yeah, them demons. And once you dead, you dead. You ain't got no connection with the living world. That shit over with. It ain't no communication. You can't see your ancestors. You can't talk to them. None of that shit. It's over. That's it. The people that you talk to in the scriptures, they kind of familiar spirits, and them familiar spirits are demons. Yeah.
I've heard that. I've heard some people felt like that. I actually know this too. You remember? B Will? He did that song with Boosie. He from Shreveport. Every dish like another love letter.
B Will.
Yeah. You remember him? Okay, well, never mind. Anyways, well, me and him was having a conversation one day, and he was saying it, and he was like, yeah, those just wandering spirits, like those demons. That's not actually your ancestors. I just want to see if you believe that as well. So you don't feel like people that you love that have passed away ever send you signs or anything like that?
No, they did. They in a whole nother realm. It's no contact at all. No contact. Hell, I mean, the only person who can send me a sign or something is the Most High. That's it. Other than that, hell nah. I know my granddad. He did. My granddaddy can't communicate with me in this realm, in this dimension. Like he just can't. He probably sleep shit until, or maybe in his time, the way his time and shit going, he might already be at Judgment Day. I don't know, but all I know, he can't communicate with me. Shit, just can't.
Okay. I mean, I know that that's what the Bible say, but I don't know. I'm not gonna say whether you can or can't communicate with them, but I definitely feel my loved one's presence like around me, watching over me, and so I feel like if I could feel that, then
What you mean you could feel their presence around you?
meaning like I could feel that they watch over me. I feel like my grandmother does. I have a first cousin that's passed along. My aunt is there. Like I feel like they, like the ones that was passed on before I had my kids, met my kids before I met my kids. Like I feel like they had a helping hand in, like, I don't know.
A helping hand in like what? Creating your kids?
Not creating them, because only God could do that.
No, I'm about to say. Now, wouldn't you think that's some freaky shit?
I mean, I would, but I don't know. Like I don't know. Like because I kind of not exactly like that, but like I definitely feel like they had a hand in me. Like I do. Like I do. Don't laugh because it's not funny, but I do. Like I feel like my auntie. I feel like my auntie with my last son was like, she need a boy, and give him beautiful hair. Like I just feel that way.
Yeah.
Look, Snapper say yes, PayDae. I feel like my granny shows up in the form of a butterfly. I'm gonna tell you, I have cardinals in my backyard, like 2 cardinals, and I always feel like it's my grandmother and my cousin when they come.
2 what?
2 cardinals, bird.
Oh man, come on, y'all. So what, they reincarnated into animals?
Don't make it sound so weird, SD.
I mean, it is weird. What
Don't make it sound so weird. But I don't know. Like, yes, I believe in spirit animals too.
Oh no. So what's your spirit animal then?
I probably would be a dolphin.
Look.
Or a monkey. I love monkeys.
Oh Lord, no. Look. When it comes to a dolphin, shit.
Dolphins something serious though. Y'all think like dolphin, and you mentioned it in your live. So do you know like you're not supposed to be able to comment to conversate with like dolphins and shit?
I don't know the exact reason why. I really don't know.
Tell you. So the reason is, okay, so dolphins have been here longer than anybody walking Earth, right? So dolphins communicate through frequency, right? So they're actually saying things, but you have to be on that frequency to understand it. But they have frequency machines where they can actually communicate with dolphins. And so dolphins know like a lot of our history, right? So people who tap into frequency, so when they say you're not supposed to talk to dolphins, they're saying that, but that's vague. You know what I mean? That's not really what they mean. Like they don't care if you like, hey dolphin, or oh look how cute, or some shit like that. They know that won't like help nothing. But if you go get like a machine that deals with frequency and can actually tap into communicating with them, that's what they don't want you to do, because they have a lot of history. They know a lot of our history, and the Navy uses them. The Navy uses dolphins as like assassins and all type of other shit.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like in the water.
I just always wanted to know why they always say we can't fuck with wild dolphins. Like why that's against the law.
They got a lot of intelligence. They got a lot of wisdom. It's a lot of things that can be cleared up if you were to talk to or communicate with them. And so, yeah, like they've trained dolphins to do certain things. Just like if we're in like having a war, right? And then they know that whoever we having this war with is on the water in boats. They could get dolphins to scramble their frequency machines and shit like that. All kind of stuff, like, so a dolphin's nose is actually a bone. So if a dolphin was to, let's say the dolphin is 800 pounds, if that mother was to come full force towards you, or a shark, for example, they could crack sharks with ribs and all type of shit just with their nose. Like that's like an 800-pound fist hitting you in your side. So they're known for like breaking ribs of sharks and shit like that. They really the most vicious animals in the ocean.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have seen that as well. That they be fucking shit up. You know what I'm saying? I have seen that, but I just be. I don't know. Yo, answer. I get where you going with the frequency shit, and I can understand that, but it just something just seemed like it's a bit more that they hiding from us with dolphins. Huh?
They don't want us to know. Like, okay, so everything that they training them to do, they want everything that they communicating with them. They want to be the only one getting that information and doing what they do. They don't want nobody else out here, you know what I'm saying, playing with dolphins and the frequency and shit, knowing that they use them in certain ways.
Yeah.
So but yeah, I would have to say my spirit animal would be a dolphin, probably. Mm-hmm.
So when you pass away, if you went into the next realm and God came to you, and let's just say, I'm just saying this hypothetically, if this just to happen, and he say, do you want to go back as a human or do you want to go as a dolphin? What would you choose?
It depends on what happened in this goddamn lifetime. Cause this world fucked up. I might just choose to be a goddamn dolphin. Like I don't want to deal with them motherfuckers for another 100 years. Just gonna put me in the goddamn water. Like, so it just depends on how fucked up this lifetime is. Shit. I might be like, let me be.
I mean, that ain't no bad answer though. When I really think about it, like, shit, if the world gonna still be fucked up,
that energy has to go somewhere, right? Energy never dies, so the energy needs to go somewhere. So I don't know, like, it's a lot dealing with energy, in my opinion. That could be messed with. Just like I feel like I don't feel like this is our first go round on Earth. Like
so you believe in reincarnation then?
Yes, I feel like I've had past lives. I feel like it, bro. Like you couldn't tell me when I was young I wasn't a race car driver. I think I'd have been a man in one of my past lives.
What the fuck? What?
I think I'd have been a man in probably a couple of my past lives. Like this might be my first time being a woman.
And you was a race car driver?
And one of them, I think I did do something where I was transporting fast, like whether it was race car driving or what. And I don't care what it is. Like you could put me behind the wheel of anything. I've just always been able to know how to drive. Like I've been driving since I was like 9 type shit.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just You don't think just because maybe you just intelligent enough to know how to work the fucking wheel? I mean,
I know, you know what I'm saying, my intellect, right? But
yeah.
it's like it's certain skills that I feel like just like you tap into them so fast and so early, and it feels so familiar, right? Like, have you ever done something and you be like, I felt like I done this shit before. Like, this ain't my first time.
What, like deja vu or something like that?
I mean, similar to deja vu, but have you ever done anything where you feel like this was my first time doing it?
Mm-mm. But I mean, I feel like when it like how you say when it come down to driving, I feel like I got a unique type of skill with this shit, and I don't know where it come from, but it's just easy for me. I don't know. It's just easy.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
I
I get
mean,
you, but yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. I do believe that. Um, so I believe in the reincarnation situation, right? And I feel like
Mhm.
we choose our lives because okay, everybody comes to Earth with a purpose, right? We supposed to
Yeah.
come down and we supposed to serve a purpose in their lifetime, right?
Mm-hmm.
So certain situations and circumstances is what drives that purpose, right? So our memory is wiped clean. We come here as a newborn baby. We can't remember what happened prior to us coming. None of the process. You
Oh my god, that shit so creepy.
know what? The background.
No, just hearing that shit, like the fact, like when we first came out our mamas, we don't remember that
You
shit.
don't remember nothing. You don't remember growing in her belly. You don't remember who sent you, who made you, what you know what I'm saying? You don't remember any of that. So it's like, what if we're given that choice when we're reincarnating? Like, okay, so you were a black female in a middle class family. You may choose to be poor in this lifetime if you was rich in the last lifetime.
Who
Or
in the
maybe
hell gonna chose to be poor? Shit.
they got a lot of rich, unhappy motherfuckers.
I get that, but I don't think nobody wanna be poor. Shit.
I mean, if you feel like that's what's gonna help with your purpose, like think about how many superstars grew up poor though. How many uh fucking NFL players, NBA players, most of their stories is they grew up poor. It wasn't that
That's
they had
true.
a whole bunch of resources and shit like that. You know what I mean?
So PayDae, you believe in something like this, like basically when you pass away and everything goes black, but then it goes to the light. That means you coming back out as a newborn baby.
No, I believe that when we pass, we go to the spiritual realm. And you probably have knowledge of everything that happened in the spiritual realm. But before you reincarnate into something or someone different, you don't remember after that point. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna come back to Earth, like you're not gonna remember the past stuff because you got to be this new person and you gotta, you know what I'm saying, serve your purpose for being on Earth that time.
Hmm.
Does that make sense? Or I sound
Yeah,
like
I get what you're saying. I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't agree with it, but I get what you're saying though.
yeah, yeah. Or have you ever like
Hmm.
shit, even with kids and shit that make like remind you of your grandmother so much. Like they walk like a, talk like a, act like a, sound like a.
Mm-mm. I got a daughter that though one of my daughters, she remind me of like my mama and my granny.
Your grandparents.
My granny's still here.
Mm.
Yeah, she's still here.
Well, that's
But
probably just genetic.
you're right, shit. You probably right.
That's probably just genetic. But like I'll give you an example. Nah, for real. I'll give you an example. Okay, so hold on. All right. My little cousin passed away. I say little, but he was just 2 years younger than me. We grew up like we was brother and sister, right? He passed. I think he was 21. Okay, So immediately after he passed, his sister got pregnant with a little boy. But like while we were going through like all of the funeral arrangements and everything else, it was like soon as that was done, we was finding out she was pregnant. Then she has a little boy, right? Now the little boy looks just like her brother. Okay, but that's his uncle, so we can chunk it up to him just being like his uncle, right? I just don't think it's by chance that she had a little boy that looked like him right after her brother passed away. Now I'm gonna give you a flip side of the story. Now it's something about the boys in my family. They always get spoiled like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like for no good reason. Well, my he was real spoiled. His mom had him spoiled or whatever. He was the mama's boy. And so we always felt like because she spoiled him, he got into like some of the wrong situations a lot of the times, expecting to just be bailed out or whatever the case may be, right? So the mind frame to me was like God gave my cousin another parent because he knew that his sister was gonna raise him the right way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're
You know what I'm
saying.
saying? Like it's a different situation. She, she's successful. It's just him and her. I mean, he's probably. I think he in 8th grade now. But like, it's just like he's experienced and knows so much more, and so removed from like how we grew up type shit. It's almost like he came back, but with another parent to maybe possibly serve the purpose he was supposed to serve the time before.
So you trying to say that the brother is now the son?
I think. No. Y'all niggas sound like that, SD.
I just asking question.
I'm not saying it like that, but what if? I'm not saying that.
I mean,
true.
yeah. What if?
But like, what if?
I mean, you're right. You're right. What if? It's a possibility. I'm not knocking it. I mean,
I just know it's so much about this world that we just don't understand, and that we just
yeah,
know.
yeah.
And
You're right.
you know, it's erased from us.
If reincarnation is real, I just don't want to come back as no white man or no Asian man. I want to come back as black again because I can't deal. No, man, hell nah. I just kill myself. Let me just unalive myself. Shit, fuck this. So
I'm sorry to break the news to you, but you're most definitely coming back as a snail.
a snail? Why would I come back? Out of all goddamn creatures on earth, why would I come back as a snail? Why not like a horse or something?
Because God needs to slow you all the way down. You're gonna be a slug. This goddamn boy move too goddamn much. You be doing too goddamn much. So you all the way down. You're gonna have to spend one lifetime as a goddamn snail so you can do it right this time. You need a karmic lesson.
Shit, that's funny as hell. That was funny. That was a good
Maybe
one.
we said SD don't want to come back with an even smaller PP.
You know what, man? It be?
Because you said you didn't want to be white age.
I wasn't even thinking about it on that type of level. I don't know, just being a black man now, I just wouldn't. If I knew that I was black before, I wouldn't damn sure feel comfortable. Man, I hate that shit. Well,
Yeah,
that's
nothing else but black. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, hell yeah. I want boy, that'd be torment right there. Now that'll be hell. Shit.
For real. Now let me see. Okay, she said I totally disagree. My aunt passed last week. I drive trucks. Couldn't go to the funeral the day of her funeral. I stopped for the day and looked up, and it was a cloud that looked like an angel. I took a peek. So I guess she
Wait, what?
So I guess she's saying that she disagrees with you. She does think that her loved ones, watch over her after they've passed on.
And they turned into a cloud.
SD, stop trying to make it sound all crazy and weird, bro.
That shit don't sound crazy to you.
No, it don't. Like, cause you don't be having these experiences in your life.
No, no. I
Like,
can go outside right now. And whatever your mind, your mind can hallucinate, goddamn me. Shit. I go out there and look at the cloud, it could be whatever the hell I think it is. Shit, like no,
and then
no.
you probably just thought you was drunk at the time. You was probably like, I'm drunk and tripping. I ain't see that for real. You didn't have those, you didn't have those goddamn experiences. You just don't fucking know it.
I shit. I'm waiting on them, man. I be hearing people saying all the time they see shit, especially when it come to clouds and shit. I just see cloud formations. I don't be seeing a goddamn thing.
So let me
Shit.
ask you, have you had anyone really close to you pass away? Because I know your mom, dad, grandma still living. Like, do you have any like close little ones that passed on? Because before, when I didn't have close ones that passed on, like ones that I wasn't really familiar with, like my grandfather on my dad's side or my grandma on my dad's side, like like I wasn't as connected. I didn't feel like I had those experiences. But once I lost my mother's mom, that grandmother, and once I lost my cousin, it was different.
I mean, some friends that were all real close with that passed away, but I don't see them in the sky. Like shit, if I seen Luke in the sky, there'd be a big ass cloud, big as his fat ass was. So I mean, I don't.
Your ass is crazy. And I take it back. God gonna make your ass a dog next lifetime. If you want to be a goddamn dog so bad, there you go. You gonna be a fucking Boston Terrier or something. Like,
No, he gonna bring me back as a dog. I want to be a goddamn Doberman Pinscher. That's what I'll be.
look, now I see you now. Look, you believe in it now. You got your spirit animal. That
Hell no.
You went from not believing to wanting to be a dog. Let's go. I made progress.
No, I don't. Fuck that. I don't. No, no.
That's funny as hell. But now y'all being serious though. So now when it comes to the communication, like, and all that, now I'm not gonna go as far as to say that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any, experience as well. I asked them questions and they told me something back or nothing like that. Hey Wes. So I don't know. But I do feel like I'm gonna tell you something else. I do feel like we all interpret the world how we see it. Like I interpret the world as just energy. You know what I'm saying? Positive, negative energy, being able to transfer energy. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I know somebody else's energy can affect my energy, so on and so forth. You have some people who see the world in mathematics. Everything has to equal out to, you know what I'm saying? This plus this means this, and because of this, and some people look at it through science, like, you know what I mean? So I feel like we all just interpret it different ways. Like, how do you interpret the world? Like, does everything boil down to science, math, energy for you?
When it come down to Earth, on that type, it's spiritual and physical. That's just how I feel about it. It's just that's it. Just spiritual and physical. You got your spiritual side, you got your physical side. What happens in the spiritual? Um, what happened in the spiritual and end up manifesting into the physical. That's why I be like, you know, when we were growing up, and I'm pretty sure you grew up like this too, being from Louisiana. When it used to thunder and rain and stuff, and them old folks they'll tell you be quiet because the Lord doing His work.
No, they used to be telling me the devil beating his wife.
They told you what?
The devil was beating his wife.
Oh hell no! Well, see,
Like, you ain't never heard no old person say that, like when it's thundering outside.
No, they told that when growing up where I'm from, they told us that they would tell we would have to cut off the TV and all that type of stuff and be quiet because the Lord doing His work. That's what they would tell us.
Maybe because you a preacher's kid, but I don't know. My grandmother was the mother of the church, but she sure used to be like, "Oh, there go the devil beating his wife," and it never made sense because I was like, "Well, if he in hell, why is it happening above us? Like, why the hell it ain't happening under our feet? Like, what's going on?" So yeah, I ain't never heard that he was doing his work.
Yeah,
Look, Manny B say, yeah, I was told what SD said. Okay, I ain't never heard that one.
yeah. Shit, I ain't never heard about the. You said the devil beating his wife.
Yes, and I was like, why the hell is happening above our head? I thought hell was the other way. That's why I used to be saying. I was like, shit.
Wait, well, who is the devil wife?
Child, I don't know. This is the thing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that was just an old school joke or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I
it
never
just
heard
scared
of
the hell
that
out of me
before.
because I'm like, so we just supposed to sit here while he beating his wife? Like, what's going on?
That's almost like saying when it start raining, a guy pissing on you or something. I don't know. People be coming up with all type of
All kind
shit.
of crazy shit. Now, what I do notice is I don't care who it is. Every time I go to a funeral, it always rains.
For real.
Always. I have never been to a funeral and it wasn't raining.
Oh Lord, I have. I be ready to get the fuck up out them hoes too.
I
It
hate.
be so hot. Yeah. Now, but you know what? I never been to a funeral in the wintertime though. Ever.
I'm trying to think if I've been to a winter. I mean,
I ain't never been to one in the wintertime.
me either. I don't can't remember wearing no jackets to no funeral.
Yeah, me
Or no
neither.
or nothing.
I never. I don't think I ever been to a funeral in the winter. Ever.
That's interesting. But it always
Yeah, that is. That is.
when the sun out and raining. Yeah, sometimes that does happen. The sun be out and it still be raining during the funeral. Sun shining bright and it's raining.
Yeah, I done been to funerals where it been raining before. You right about that. And when it's hot as hell, cause I be ready to fucking go. Shit, but yeah,
I don't like funerals. But on a lighter note, though, so what do you feel about this Nolan Wills case?
man, you know the typical ass shit. Yeah, they covering it up, and they gonna keep trying until probably like the DOJ or the feds or somebody else start investigating it because the state of Mississippi ain't capable of, doing a real investigation on that shit. They don't care. I
What's
mean,
crazy
shit.
is it is the FBI investigation. The FBI came out and said that the island is their jurisdiction and they were investigating it, but they have not told us a goddamn thing.
Mm,
But yeah, I
mm,
feel how you feel. They definitely covering it up.
yeah.
Ultimately,
So, so this is the FBI jurisdiction. This they shit.
yep.
It's a
On
fed.
the island, being that it's an island all by itself, it's no civilization there. So nobody actually lives there. So being that it's in the ocean, yeah, it's the FBI's jurisdiction. That's what the FBI came out saying.
So I was Mississippi handling it then at first.
I mean, because it happened there. It happened in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. So at first, everybody was relying on, um, and I do believe that Mississippi is still involved. It's just that the FBI came out saying that they were joining the case with Mississippi because actually Horn Island itself, the island itself, is their jurisdiction.
I'll tell you, man, it's them little backwards ass states like this. Whew,
Yeah,
boy.
Mississippi ain't nowhere I really want to live. And they right there. They close. My daughter
Yeah,
goes
I know.
to college there. Baby, no, we ain't going nowhere near there. I'm gonna need you to pick another school.
Yeah, it's only
But
6 hours away from me.
while I got everybody here, I'm gonna tell y'all. Okay, and SD, you
Mm.
up there so you can give me your advice. So my daughter is a dancer, right? She been dancing all throughout high school. She was dancing in middle school. She did do cheering for a little while, but mostly dance, right?
Mm.
So her high school dance team is awesome. My daughter is really, really responsible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna lie, at 17, she danced her little heart out. She got a healthy social life. She worked. She keep her GPA up. She gonna graduate with her associate's degree from high school, so she take college courses right now. So, and don't get me wrong, like, we had our trying moments, like, especially at about 13 when she tried weed one time. Lord have mercy. Anyway,
Mm.
but
Mm.
despite all of that, she turned out to be wonderful. Okay, I cannot fucking complain at all. All right, so
Mm.
this is the picture. So the dance coach has gotten fired, right? And they are now putting the band director over the dance team. And I don't really like the band director so much. Not because he's yag, right?
Mm.
But because I just don't know him. He just got to the school last year. He didn't really have anything to do with the dance team itself, just the band. And I felt like he did like a lot of nitpicking with the girls. It really wasn't his place. The other coach was in place. So why are you like trying to go over her head and say and do certain things when it came to the dance team? So now they then removed her, put him there. So this is her senior year, right? Now, when they
Mm.
first fired her, all of the dancers' moms went up there, all of us, kind of like, listen, what's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? We love Miss Wright. Why are you removing her from the dance team? Our girls only go to this school to be on the dance team for real, for real.
Mm.
Without her, like we probably not gonna let our girls dance, and we probably not gonna let our girls go to the school, right? And so he heard us out and he was like, well, I'll let y'all know what decision. But he kind of sneakily went off and did what he did. He still fired her and he hired this band director. Now, I didn't know that the principal was Yag too. Okay.
Oh shit.
So he's married to a man and the band director is married to a man. So the four of them will be in cahoots. Now, the band director
Mm.
is black, but the principal is white, right? But I'm
Mm.
sure they have a lot in common because, the four of them, both of them have lovers. You know what I'm saying? Both of them are in that community, whatever.
Mm.
So I'm in between. Like, I don't know whether to take her to another school and put her on another dance team, let her not dance this year. But how I'm going to do that when she plans to dance in college and the senior year is the most important. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important year. So,
What? Okay, go ahead. My bad.
I was gonna say, so she would have to go to another school, be on a new dance team. She don't know the girls there. She don't really know the school. It's her senior year, so I just don't even know what to do.
I mean, I put it like this: like, if all the other girls gonna still be there and all that, I just let her just be there. I mean, Yags know how to shake it fast, so they'll be out there, whatever. It just
But see, the only thing about that is, and Manny B say, let her stay and pray about it. So I get that.
yeah.
You know what I mean? The only thing is that kind of has me skeptical about that is, so the coach fired her assistant, right? But the
Mm.
assistant is still a substitute teacher at the school. Well, this assistant that got fired by the head coach went and befriended the band director. So now they're really cool. So both of them began to try to push Miss Wright out of her position. In between doing that, they were kicking up a lot of mess between the girls and the coach. So it was a situation where my daughter was in class and she was doing her college schoolwork, and the professor told her that she could use the phone. Well, keep in mind, she's still in her high school classroom. So that teacher didn't know that the professor told her to do so. So the teacher was questioning her about her cell phone, and she was saying, "No, the professor, gave me permission, whatever, whatever." Because the teacher was asking for a cell phone, and so my daughter was like, "Nah, I really need it. I'll show you where he told me to use it." Blah blah blah. So this assistant that got fired took that situation to make it seem like my daughter was being defiant, right? And so before this season started, they were trying to like get certain girls like off the team, I guess, because he had like his little group of girls that he wanted, and he already had them handpicked. Outside of that, they was kind of like, you know what I'm saying, like trying to kick up shit with the ones that they didn't want on the team, right? So I went to the principal, and I was like, "What the fuck is the band director's position in all of this?" Because when it all boiled down to it, Jordan, which was the assistant that got fired, was just being messy. Coach Wright went to the teacher who actually had this situation with my daughter and asked the teacher, like, "Hey, you know, if you had a situation with Tootie, you know, like, why you didn't tell me about it?" And so the teacher was like, "Well, I really didn't have a situation with her. We was just discussing her phone. She did show me where she could use the phone, but like, where did you get that from?" So the teacher, like, "Well, I got it from the assistant that got fired, who took it to the band director, who took it to Coach Wright, but trying to tell Coach Wright that she needed to like put my daughter on probation behind it, right?" So when I go to the principal, I'm like, "What's his position? And like, what's all this mess like dealing with my daughter? Like, she's 17 years old. Why do they have like multiple adults talk about a situation or talking around a situation, just kicking a mess about it when the teacher didn't have anything to say about it?" Like, I just didn't understand what the fuck. So that put a bad taste in my mouth with this band director. Now, I don't know whether I need to have a conversation with the band director, and maybe the mess in between him and the coach like interfered with the communication. Like, I don't know if the coach was being messy, low key. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Yeah.
You should just what you should do is talk to the new dance dude that's over it. I don't know why band director.
We'll be over the dance team, right?
Yeah, I don't get that. Yeah, I mean that's kind of extreme, but I would still just I go up, I just check the motherfucker temperature. That's what I would do. Just see.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like,
with
it's
it.
the senior year. Like, it's too late in the game for all these changes and all this bullshit. Why y'all couldn't do this shit next year? Because I wouldn't have gave a fuck. She'd be gone. You know what I'm saying? Mainly be to answer your question. My daughter. Okay, so let's discuss that. She's 17, right? She work and has a social life. Of course, dance takes up a lot of her time. So she's okay. She'll be like, "Sure, I mean, I could find a lot of time to do everything else." So she like, "Mama, I could just focus on school and this, that, and the third." But you know how teenagers are. They be wanting more time on their hand to do fuck shit, right? I feel like what's keeping, I'm not going to say the only thing that's keeping her on the right path, but a lot of things keep her on the right path between her working and dancing and, you know what I'm saying? She don't have as much time to like fuck off and do a whole bunch of bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So this her senior year. So she quick to kind of be like, "Shit, I can find me something else to do," type shit. But that's not the tone I want her to have. Now, let's go back to when I was in high school. I was a cheerleader. I was all-American cheerleader and all type of shit. I won all type of awards. I had 7 scholarships, some academic and athletic, some academic. But anyways, I didn't want to do it for the same reason she's telling me now. Because I was like, well, I just want to go to college and just enjoy college. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to, you know what I'm saying, be going to practice and games and doing this and doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I was quick to throw it away when everybody was like, "No, you need to take your scholarship." And all the way down to the point where I could have been a Southern dancing doll just walking on. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you own the team. And I was like, no, like, I don't want to do it. So I turned down all of it. And I felt like, like hindsight is 2020. I feel like my journey through college would have been a lot smoother and easier had I did that, because my schedule would have been more structured and I wouldn't have a lot of time to be doing fuck shit. So I don't want her to make the same mistake I made, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but then you need to keep up in what she got going. I mean, you might, like I said, check the little
Band director.
check the temperature, but just try to keep up in it, especially if it's keeping structure within her life, yeah, because that's what it's all about. Because if you take her to another school, I'm pretty sure
It's gonna be a whole heap of other problems.
that's right. Because hell, she might can dance her ass off and then take over whoever the top over there or something or anything. You just never know. You know, it's just that's just a whole surprise. You don't know.
And I'm not gonna say she would be irresponsible if she's not in it because I don't know because she's always done it. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
haven't seen her out of it because she's always done it. She's been in activity since birth, basically.
yeah.
But so now I'm just kind of in between. Like, do I keep her there, but maybe put her on a private dance team or have her a private private training on the side so that she could still be training to get on one of these college teams. You see what I'm saying? And maybe just go
Mhm.
dance for the school in particular, or if I should go check the band director's temperature and see what that's about. But I hate that this happened in the beginning of her senior year.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would suck. I mean, especially your last year.
Yeah,
But if
like I
if
got this far, now we got goddamn problems.
right, but if it's still mainly her core team that she been dancing with, I'll keep it her and just see how it play out.
That's
I
another
mean,
thing. Like she has like a friend group. It's like 7 of them. Of course, all of them like something like okay, 2 of the girls are like her like best friends, but that's her core group 7. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
Like the 7 of them, they
mm,
all dance together. They do everything together. You know what I'm saying? Some might be closer to ones than others, but they all close. They all friends. And so
mm.
that's another reason why she don't really want to leave the school. She want to break up her friend group. All the other friends kind of like, all right, well, if you want to take that route, fuck then. But like, I'm the type of parent, like, I'm not so quick to be like, oh, well, fuck this or fuck that when it comes to your future or college or what you gonna do after this.
Yeah, nah, I keep her in it. If they still there with her and them her friends, just keep her in it. Shit, yeah, like keep her in it. Shit, but that shit still weird that a damn band director.
Gonna be over the dancing. Yeah, that shit crazy.
Yeah, that's
Another
weird.
thing too is so he was telling the principal that his husband used to dance or some shit. So I think he probably about to try to get his husband on at the school, and the husband gonna end up focusing on the dance, and he gonna end up focusing on the band. But I just I
What kind of yag ass shit is this? Like, wait a minute.
don't
Like,
know. I don't know. This shit new to me because this band this band director just started last year, so he was there for my daughter's junior year. So I'm just finding out about the husband, and I didn't know the principal had a husband. I always wonder why I didn't see like a wife or his family at the games, but I just never questioned it. You know what I'm saying? He the principal, whatever. But
mm,
until they told me, and I'm like, oh, now it's starting to make sense. So are the 4 of y'all friends? Okay.
mm,
Ain't
mm.
no telling what they be doing together, SB.
Oh, it ain't no telling. You ain't lying about that. But you know, I just I don't know when I don't know. I mean, the only thing I could say they didn't done that dance and shit for so long, and then it's their last year. I mean, that'll suck to pull them out or away from each other, and then go somewhere else new, and then they got to figure out that type of shit, and it's just
And that's
like,
what I don't want for. You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
we've been seniors before. The last thing I
mhm,
probably would want to do as a senior is go dance for another school. I gotta learn the
right,
people. I gotta learn the dancers. You
yep,
know, then it's gonna be rivalry, competition. Y'all weren't
yep,
friends before this. I don't know nothing about the teachers. I don't know nothing about this new principal. It could just flip us, really.
yep,
You know what I mean? Like on some
yep.
shit, and I hate that her senior year has to start off so rocky with like these major decisions. But whatever we decide, I feel like we gotta go ahead and decide it because school about to start.
Yep, yep. Just go ahead and keep it her and just see how it turned out.
And they just told us today because they had orientation. They just told us today that the band director is over dance now. So we just kind of finding the information out. Um, so I don't know. I don't know.
Yep. Manny B even saying, yep, keep her in it and just see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I'm gonna have to do. That's what I'm gonna have to do.
Yeah, yeah. I'm about to start crying here in a few weeks. Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when they start school down there.
I don't know when the hell they start school. These other children. I'm talking about my oldest child. Hell, I'm sending her ass out to Grambling. You know how I feel?
Oh, okay. Grambling, you know I went to Southern.
Oh, you went to Southern? Okay.
hmm
Okay.
So,
Okay.
and my daughter, she kind of contemplated Grambling at first, and then my mama went to Southern too, my daddy too. So we always like Grambling, but
Yeah.
she sat down there and was like, "No, hell no, it was too far to get to a Walmart. It's too country, ain't nothing down there. I ain't going nowhere near Grambling." So she kind of changed her mind.
Shit. I was. I don't know. I
She
don't.
graduated from Grambling. It's still overall a good HBCU.
I wish she would have went to Dillard or some shit like that, man. I ain't. I don't. What's wrong with Dillard?
Nothing. No, nothing. I like
Oh,
it. I like it.
that's what I was. I know damn grand. Man,
Manny B
I'm.
say congratulations.
Huh?
Manny B say congratulations.
Oh, thank you, but my baby is green as fuck. She's very green. When I say green, I mean green. I know she don't know.
Now
Man,
Grambling is it's real country and more slow pace, so that might be better than her going to New Orleans to Dillard. But I don't know if I can remember correctly. Dillard has a very diverse like student base.
yeah, and see, and that's where I would rather her be in a place like that, because that's what she always went to school at. Is in places where it was
Diverse.
more tied. Yeah, it was diverse,
Mhm.
and being around a bunch of Negroes, I just don't know how she gonna be able to. I don't know. I'm just worried. I'm just worried. They been on my mind. I be having sleepless nights thinking about this shit. I ain't lying.
Nah, that's normal because no matter what school they choose to go to and what part of the earth it's on, you're gonna be worried. Because it's college and you're gonna be worried about the college parties, you're gonna be worried about the college disappearances, you're gonna be worried about the city that the college in, child. So, nothing really makes it easier unless, it's just
Yeah,
one of those things that's just hard.
yeah, that shit is hard. Just thinking about it right now, making me sad again. Shit. God damn.
Well, don't be sad. I mean, this is when her life starts for real, like totally on her own.
Yeah.
This when you supposed to like let go of her hand a little bit.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that. It's just that I just know my baby Green. She just not. And she don't know. She don't even know much about like the culture. My baby be into anime and shit like that. She's different. Okay, like she's not like that.
A lot of these kids love anime these days. But I get
I
what you
don't.
saying.
That
Man,
shit.
you say I stay worried about my 22-year-old. That's just being a parent, period. And he green as fuck.
Yeah, like for real, like man, and that's my daughter. So I'm hell, man.
I know.
Yeah, and me being a man, especially the type of nigga I am, I think about all type of shit. Do you hear me?
I
Shit.
know. All because
Yeah.
all of it is it's present. You know. Now how far is Grambling from where you live?
Shit, Graham probably like, I say maybe like 4.5, 5 hours, something like that.
Oh, that ain't too bad.
No, it ain't too bad to get there. Hell no. Hell the fuck no. It just did.
Her being away. I know.
I don't know, man. Hell, cause when I had told my partner this, and my partner he had went to Grambling, he was like, "Boy, hell no," and he just started running me down stories and shit. But he used to sell weed up there and shit.
Yeah.
And but he was going to the college as well, cause he went up there for band and shit. And he was just telling me how shit went, and I was just like, "Nigga, why are you telling me this, bro?" Like,
Well, that's at any school. Plus, your daughter ain't going out there to sell weed. But do you want to hear a
hell
funny story
no.
from when we was in college?
Do I want to hear what?
A funny story from when we was in college. Speaking
Yeah, yeah.
speaking of campus drug dealers. So
I hope-
after Hurricane Katrina, nah, for real. But after Hurricane Katrina, right, a lot of people criminal record got washed away, right? So it was crazy because I'm talking about people started showing up on campus who had just got away from murder charges and shit like that because their criminal record got washed away in Hurricane Katrina. So this one dude we know in particular named Anthony, he was from New Orleans. He got displaced after Hurricane Katrina. Once his criminal record, because he was sitting on attempted M and another M charge, right? And the shit got washed away. So really, like they was able to enroll in school and some more shit. So bam, he enrolls in Southern. So that's how we met him, right? So now he fresh off of like catching all that shit and all this, that, and third. So he comes to Southern, he enrolls. Now he's drug dealer and shit, right? So he was trapping on campus, right? Me and my sister at the time had a little apartment right in front of the little apartments in front of Southern. Like before you get on campus, it's like these apartments or whatever. So we was living there. So we wasn't right on campus, but we was like right there on campus. So this one time they raided his dorm room, right? And so he had to flush a lot of shit. But the X pills, he took a whole bunch of them. Like the ones he couldn't flush, he swallowed. So the nigga come running to our apartment. I'm talking about eyes, buckets, the motherfucker talk about they looking for him, they raided his shit. He took a whole pills. He didn't know how many he took. SB, he didn't know how many he took. And I'm talking about the nigga eyes was so bucked. I don't even think he blinked one time, right? So we just
Yeah.
sat the nigga on the couch. So me and my sister, we trying to Google like shit, like okay, how we can try to make him come down if we need to like take him to the hospital. So we scared because we can't just take the nigga to the hospital on like no X pill OD. So we like shit, what do we do? So we decided then we was just gonna babysit the nigga, right? So I'm like,
Mhm.
you go to class, I'll sit here with him. When I go to class, you'll sit here with him. Bro, this nigga sat in the living room with his eyes booked for like about 3 days, dog. He thought he was gonna die. We was like, ain't no,
Damn.
we was like, ain't no way he gonna make it past this point. But he shook back. He shook back out of it, but we was scared as hell for about 3 days straight.
Damn. Hell no. I wonder how many pills he took.
He said it was a bunch of them, bro. He said it was a bunch of them. And the way he was stuck for days, it had to be a bunch of them.
Damn. Boy, poor fella, man. That ain't no good feeling.
We
I know
still
it
be
ain't.
running into him. Like that's still my brother. I be calling him my brother because him and my sister used to date. That's still my
Mm.
brother. I still run into him when I go to New Orleans and shit. But that story crazy. And he had a best friend, and me and the best friend like we conversed, but we wasn't ever really like in no relationship or like messing around like that. We was more so like, all right, we gonna kick it because they always together type shit. And you always with him, and I, me and her live together. So you know what I'm saying? We'll just chill, smoke, watch TV. You know what I'm saying? Do our schoolwork and shit like that. But he ended
Yeah.
up getting killed or unalive.
Mm. Mm.
So he gone, but Anthony's still alive. But yeah, man, we was scared as hell. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know whether to take him to the hospital or babysit his ass or what the hell. We was trying to feed him. He wouldn't eat nothing, wouldn't drink nothing or nothing. I'm off for like 3 days straight. He didn't do nothing. Ain't changed his clothes, nothing. We was like, we kept having discussions like, bro, like, did you try to make him get in the shower? Like, did he move from that spot? Like, what he was doing when you was babysitting? Like, the shit was crazy.
Damn. Yeah. Hell no. Hell no. That nigga was out of there, man. I know he was.
He was the fuck up out of there. I got some stories from college though, baby. When I tell you I got some stories, I got some stories. How Boosie came pissed all over our goddamn toilet seat that one time. I'm talking about that shit was thick as fuck. Diabetics be having some thick ass, gluey ass pee. I saw we was
What?
so yeah, you know he a diabetic.
Yeah, but what you mean thick ass, gooey ass piss? What?
Like when it dried, it was yellow and like you gooey. Cause I was pissed. I was like, "Oh yeah, you on your own." He's like, "Fuck no, why you didn't make that nigga clean that shit up?" But he was so fucked up. He was fucked up. I ain't gonna lie. That was one of his nights where he was full lesser. All he wanted was some smacks. He kept saying, "Go to the store and give me some smacks. My sugar, give me some smacks."
What's Smacks?
The cereal.
What, the one with the frog on there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell no.
That's his
Oh.
favorite goddamn cereal.
The ones that look like little roaches and shit?
Yes.
Oh, hell no.
That's that nigga favorite cereal. Anytime his sugar was fucked up, that's what he wanted to eat. Them damn smacks.
Oh, man.
And what's crazy is this particular time he had two to right with him. He had this little boy. Two to right with him, but like two, maybe 2.5. And he had a whole bunch of like dollar bills in his pocket. And we kept trying to make him like put some pajamas on. And he just kept patting his pockets on some stacks. No stacks. So we like, why the hell you keep saying stacks? We go in his pocket, it's a whole bunch of ones. We like, Tudor, we don't want your goddamn money. Put this goddamn pajamas on.
Man, wait a minute. Do you know this girl name? She go by Kia, but I think her whole name is Takia. She light skinned, got about like 5 kids. You know her?
Takia, she got a nickname?
All I know is Kia. She from Baton Rouge.
I don't know her unless she maybe have a nickname. Yeah, he love them damn honey smacks. Female dude.
Man, that's crazy, man. Them little milk roaches, man. I couldn't eat them hoes. Like it's just, oh boy,
They
them
ain't
hoes
never
too
been my
sweet.
favorite either. I could do some coke,
Yeah.
but
Mm.
I'm kind of straight on the damn smacks.
Yeah, I don't even like cereal to this day. I don't even eat cereal. Hell, but when I did eat cereal, I used to hate them goddamn things. My daddy used to buy them motherfuckers, and I'll just be like, man. But my daddy used to buy the all brand kind, the ones that come in a big ass bag and shit. And shit, man, we have to eat that shit for breakfast. I be like, man, fuck this. I'm just gonna starve this one. Shit, yeah,
Who eating milk roaches?
yeah, shit.
Them must do look like a bunch of roaches in the bowl though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. Them must is ugly as fuck.
Yeah, shit. That's what I always thought of them
If you
as.
don't
It's
make
like
that
milk
look,
road.
that nigga love honey smacks, boy. Let that sugar get low with some shit. He gonna be smacks. I need some smacks. This was back in his era where, you know, they was popping jiggers, they was sipping syrup, they was smoking weed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was back in that era. Y'all want me to tell you the story about how I broke his chain? Lord.
Who? You broke who? Boosie, John?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Okay. So, me and Bleak was dating, right? I didn't know he had some baby.
You and who was dating?
Bleak. Boosie best friend Bleak. SD. He might have got a phone call, y'all. Let's see. He talking about some who? I don't know what the hell SD doing, y'all. I don't even want to start the story and then have to like retell it. So I'm gonna give him a little second to pull this up with what he got going on, child. I don't know. Press 1 if y'all want me to finish the story or wait on SD for 2. 1 for finish the story or 2, wait on SD. Dang, we've been on this hoe for almost 6 hours. I can't believe I've been long this live this long. Y'all know usually I be in and out. Yeah. I don't know, y'all. If SDS don't bring his ass back, I'm about to go in this live. We'll have story time some other time. Y'all, do y'all know they got some people moving into the storage units now? Dang, shit done got real. May change the conversation about online accusations. Lord, Officer Tatum, we are not interested in any fucking videos that you post. I see that he hurried up and went and grabbed that medical examiner that was on Nancy Grace that time, the one who had the stank face that was from Fort Worth. He went and sat down with him, and I'm like, yeah, you did that because you saw the tone that he had with Nancy Grace. He had already had his mind made up to, disregard everything that was told in that autopsy. So I wasn't even surprised. I wasn't even surprised that he went and sat down and had a conversation with him. Then he had the nerves to post a video of when he was on Nancy Grace and after Nancy Grace tore his ass up. It's like Officer Tatum just made Nancy Grace questioning everything. Bro, what? We've been questioning everything from jump. You, the only thing you showed was their lies and inconsistencies to us. Good job. Good job, Officer Tatum. He really did them a good service. Fuck out of here. All right, y'all. We about to get up out of here then. I don't know what's going on with SD. Let me see. I think B-Way said he going live at 5:45. I just saw a posting live at 5:45. I think Sin City is live right now. Questioning who's the last person we talked to about 3 on the phone. It is about 3 people who said they last talked to him. We got number 7, Rainwater, and Mama 3. They said they had just talked to him. Everybody was saying they was the last person to talk to him. So maybe she over there questioning it. I'm trying to see what else going on in the YouTube streets so I could see where y'all can go after here. Yeah, look like I only see Sin City live and IGT live too, y'all. Y'all want to go over there? IGT is live. I don't know if y'all know her channel or not, but it's I Got No Time. She over there live, so I'm about to go, y'all. I'm about to release y'all to these YouTube streets, baby. Okay. I will see y'all later. Let me remove SD. All right, y'all. Be safe out here in these YouTube streets. I will keep y'all updated on Nolan Wells. Okay. We may visit those other 2 cases as well, Erving and Smith. Because those cases are crazy. So I might go live later today or either tomorrow and discuss Erving and Smith case. Okay. Because theirs definitely deserve attention as well. One of them were unalived on the 4th of July as well. All 3 of them were 18 years old. All 3 of them were black. All 3 of them were surrounded by nothing but white people at the time of their demise. So I may do some compare and contrasting on all 3 cases. Okay, I'm thinking if we don't have any new news on Nolan Wells tomorrow, or no new news on anything dealing with Mo3, then we're gonna visit the similarities between Erving Smith and Nolan Wells case. Okay,
I will see you guys later. I'll probably see y'all over there at B Ways later on today when he go live. See y'all later.